in the throes of talking about our agency agreements, and we're going to look at our agency agreements tonight. Briefly, again, we're not going to go through them word for word, but we're going to make sure we look at the different points, the different provisions, so we get a better understanding of that bilateral contract between the firm, between the firm and the client. So this is where we left each other last night, and we will talk about the buyers, look at the buyer's agency agreement in just a second. Remind me what that word exclusive tells you. What do you know when you see that word exclusive?
Only one.
Yeah.
Only one. Yeah. What else does it tell you?
It's signed.
So if it's signed, then that means that it has to be
In writing.
in writing. That's what we know. There it is. That's what we know when we see that word exclusive. Because in an oral buyer agency agreement, you cannot demand exclusivity. So if your test question says, or shall I say, when your test question says exclusive, then you know that you have a written signed buyer agency agreement. And again, we'll look at just that. And it's actually called the exclusive buyer agency agreement. So we'll see that in a second. A couple of things, what we're looking at here in the red, where we ended each other last night. These are things that you see in the buyer's agency agreement that you're not going to see in the listing agreement. I'm going to be honest, there are some similarities between the two because both of them are creating agency, but it's just a matter of who you're talking to. So when you're talking to the buyer, then we could limit, of course, the duration. We have an expiration date in both. That's one of our 4 musts. But with the buyer agency agreement, we're going to have specific, limited to specific properties. So we're going to specify, is this residential, commercial, or other? And then also geographic location. And that geographic location, when you're working with buyers, is where you guys need to decide where you're willing to show this buyer. Because if you put anywhere, you could be going all over the state, couldn't you? Is it worth it? I can't answer that for you. But you guys, and this is why we're starting to kind of get an idea of the areas that we want to work. Your BIC may have recommendations. I know a lot of agents in my firm use specifically like the triad counties and surrounding counties. So if it touches Guilford, Forsyth, and then if it touches any of those, then we know that they will be willing, if they're willing to go. Some of you may say, no, I don't want to get out of Winston-Salem. Then that is your geographic location. Is everybody good with that? And then the other use that we could use that for is just one address. You can create buyer agency just for one property. So we talked about that hesitant buyer. We've been working with this buyer under an oral agreement. I am now ready to present the offer on their behalf. And I say, great, I need you to sign this. And they say, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. So before you bang your head on the table, it's not over yet. We have a couple options. And the first suggested option would be to create a buyer agency agreement just for that one property. And that allows you to present the offer for that one property. If the offer gets accepted, you have agency through closing. If it doesn't, then you guys are still in oral buyer agency. And at that point, guys, honestly, I would maybe even get your BIC involved, but I would have a conversation because I feel like if they're not willing to sign after you've been with them for a while and they're not willing to sign, then we might want to dig a little deeper and see what's going on. Is it a trust thing? We all know somebody with a story, right? Somebody has an uncle that had a coworker that had a bad experience once with real estate agents, And so as those stories are out there, they kind of affect all of us. There's bad eggs in every industry, right? And real estate's no different. So people with that haven't had great experience might be more hesitant coming into it. So just trying to build that trust. And again, we're going to look at our exclusive buyer agency agreement in just 1 second. The other one we're going to talk about and we're going to look at later this evening is our listing agreement. Now, I got a couple different types of listing agreements. So we're going to, when we get there, we're going to talk about the different types of listing agreements. And then we're going to look at the one that we use the most often. But for right now, our listing agreement, this is the relationship between the firm and the client. Is everybody good with that? Head bobs, the relationship is not with the individual broker. So y'all start talking about my commission. No, it's not your commission. It's the firm's commission. They share their commission with you. So we're going to start learning tonight when we pick up our calculators on how they may share your commission. But that relationship is between the firm and the client. Because the firm is an entity, most firms will allow their brokers to sign on their behalf. Because I'm a general agent, it gives me the ability to do so if my firm allows me to do so. And then all of our written agents or all of our agency agreements are express. And again, this is worth me saying one more time because I know this takes a minute to get. We said an express agreement means that the terms have been clearly stated. Maybe those terms were stated in writing. Maybe they were stated orally. Doesn't matter. What matters with express is that the terms have been clearly stated. So specific to our listing agreement, we know that we cannot perform a single service for an owner of a property without first getting that in writing. So our express listing agreement, express agreement in writing from the beginning. Y'all, I can't put a sign in somebody's front yard without having an agency agreement, without having that thing in writing. Welcome. So again, we're gonna, we start the next few sections, we start working specifically with buyers, specifically with sellers. So our agreements will come back up, creating this relationship. But with our listing agreement, why do we need to use a listing agreement? Well, other than the fact that the North Carolina Real Estate Commission says that we have to, another big reason why we're going to use a listing agreement, it creates inventory. As a salesperson, I got to have a product to sell. Makes sense, right? What kind of salesman are you if your shelves are empty? So as a salesperson, I have to have a product to sell. And maybe I have listings, maybe I don't. But by sharing our listings into multiple listing services, by pulling our listings together, we're creating inventory for the other salespeople. We're stocking the shelves with homes for sale by using that listing agreement. The listing agreement has verbiage that says we're going to put your listing in the multiple listing services and open it up to the members of that MLS so they can bring their buyer clients and, if you allow, your buyer customer. We've said a few times that our agency agreements are employment contracts. All employment contracts have got to spell out how you're going to get paid when you've done the job that you've hired to do. So the listing agreement spells out the firm's commission. If we're going to split commission between the listing firm and the selling firm, the buyer's agent's firm, then it's going to tell us how much we're going to share. So we get into some details about the firm's commission and how and if we're going to share it with the one that brings the buyer. But bottom line, the listing agreement protects the seller, but also, you guys, it protects you. How much do you think I'm owed commission if I don't have a signed written agreement? How much do you think I'm entitled to? Yeah, that's right. Does that pay the bills? A big fat zero, right? So by getting these agency agreements in writing, it protects you and it ensures that you get paid. So as we get going into more on our specifics of working with buyers and sellers, we're going to talk about there's a difference in when I'm entitled to a commission versus when I actually get paid. And we'll also talk about what happens if it doesn't close. Could you still collect commission? Hint, you can't go after the client. Could the firm go after the client? Yeah, because that's who has the relationship. If you call an attorney and say, I want to sue this person because they didn't pay me commission, they're going to say you got nothing because you don't have the relationship. And I'm going to tell you again right now, a lot of firms don't want the reputation of suing buyers and sellers at the drop of a hat. Good news like that spreads quickly, especially on social media. So I'm not saying your firm wouldn't go after a commission, but I think it would be more of the rare. It's just kind of the cost of doing business sometimes. So that gets us into our next little section. And we're going to explain the terms in our buyer's agency agreement. So we'll look at our buyer's agency agreement. We're going to talk about a protection agreement and when we might be able to use that and who's that protecting and for what. We're going to look at our legal requirements for earning a commission. And then we're going to explain the requirements of the buyer's agent to disclose their agency status to the seller's agent. We've already talked about that, so we'll be able just to review that pretty quickly and make sure we're good. By the way, I just want to hear it before I go any further. If we are in an oral buyer agency agreement with a buyer, what do I owe that buyer?
Old car.
Old car.
Honest disclosure of material facts and fairness.
So this is why I wanted to make sure we heard that. If I'm in an oral buyer agency agreement, it is an agency agreement and I owe them old car.
Oh,
Honesty, fairness, and disclosure material facts goes to my customer. So when you see these test questions, when you see these practice questions, y'all, when you see oral buyer agency agreement, if it helps, cover up that word oral. Because even though it's oral, what you're dealing with is a buyer agency agreement, in which case we owe them old car. Thank you guys. Any questions on that? All right. So let's talk about working with buyers. Specifically, we're going to look at our exclusive buyer agency agreement. Just as a little side note, we do have another buyer's agency agreement. This is non-exclusive. What's the non-exclusive? Tell me. What's that piece tell me?
Multiple.
Yeah, more than one. Yeah.
They might be working with multiple firms. So if your firm uses this form, the form's available. If your firm uses this form, this could be another effort for you for that buyer that's reluctant to sign. They might feel more comfortable entering into a non-exclusive agency agreement. It's in writing and it covers my commission. The difference is the one demands exclusivity, saying you're only going to date me. The other one does not, meaning the buyer could date other firms. Again, it could come down just to your firm and whether or not you allowed to use it. So I'm going to go off PowerPoint and we're going to look at our buyer's agency agreement. I want everybody to look just a second. You have two places with forms in the learning system. You have the resources, the Unit 3 resources that has an exclusive buyer agency agreement. And then you also have the forms down in the Unit 3 section. The buyer agency agreements in the Learn Test Pass are an out-of-date version. We've had a new version since then, and we have not uploaded it yet. I've submitted the request. I expect to happen at any minute now. In the meantime, I have put the current agency agreement in our Google Drive. So everybody acknowledge that we know that our current buyer's agency agreement is in the Google Drive for now. And as soon as I see it's uploaded to Learn Test Pass, I will let you guys know. But I wanted you guys to have access to it. I'm not saying much more about it, but that we mentioned the NAR settlement when we first met, and they threw out some new laws and rules that require emergency changes. So they kind of threw a curveball at us, and it just takes a while to update. You think about all, well, if you realize all the places that forms are held, it just takes a minute. So Our exclusive buyer agency agreement is called just that. Can we see it okay? Let's make it a little bit better. This is our exclusive buyer agency agreement. Out the gate, this agreement is between the buyer and the firm. It tells us right there. So you put your name of your brokerage in. Services provided. We're going to assist the buyer in locating and buying the following real property. And then we're going to describe our type and location. So again, are you helping this buyer with a residential property, a commercial property, an agricultural, what type of property? And then we're also going to spell out that geographical location of where you are willing to go. And guys, it's so simple. If you're not willing to go 2-3 cities away, if you're not willing to do the work, don't. Let somebody else refer it to somebody in that area that does. You got to think about it. And I'm just going to show you property, but when we go under contract, we got home inspections, we got pest inspections, we got, sometimes the buyer wants to go in and look at paint samples or bring their tape measure to figure out where their couch is going to fit. So you got to be prepared to go to the property a couple times during the process. And if you're not willing to go there, then don't commit to the buyer that you are. So we're going to specify that location. The second provision here is our buyer disclosures, various things that the buyer is going to tell us, disclose to us. Buyer has or has not signed a document with another firm. Buyer is or is not working with a relocation company. Buyer has or has not received sample copies of the purchase contract and another form we use called the professional services disclosure. So as you can see, any form that we have has the sample written across it. And that's just to prevent, the public from grabbing the forms and running with them. So anytime you're sharing something with a consumer, client, or customer to see, make sure it's got that sample stamped across it. So the buyer's going to make a couple of those disclosures to us. Number 3 is the term of the agreement. One of our 4 musts. We must have a definite end date. So the term of agreement, this agreement will be effective when signed by buyer and firm and will expire either when the buyer purchases or at 11:59 p.m. on this date. What day you put in there, it's going to depend on your firm. It's going to depend on the market. It may depend on the situation. Maybe you have a buyer coming into town for the weekend and they don't really know, what they want to do. They just want to come into the town for the weekend and look at property and decide if they want to move here or not, decide if they want to buy. So maybe you just create buyer's agency for the weekend. Maybe you create it for a couple weeks, couple months, whatever. It may depend on the situation, the market. Your firm may also have a policy on the length of the agreement. Remember, we can always extend it. But if it's not extended, when it's over, it's over. And we will talk about when our agency agreements terminate tonight, what happens to that relationship. Number 4, let's talk about some money. Buyer agrees to pay the firm. The firm may collect a non-refundable retainer fee, X amount, that is credited towards the firm's total commission. Again, this is up to your firm's policy. Sometimes some firms will allow their agents to collect X amount up front to pay for things like, gas and wear and tear on your car and your time looking for properties, that kind of thing. This is generally non-refundable. However, if the buyer closes, then it will be deducted from the commission that they owe. It's like they're prepaying some of their commission if they do close. Again, that is entirely up to your firm's policy. The other thing I'll say about a retainer fee, you cannot collect a retainer fee on an oral agreement. So if you're going to collect, if your firm allows you to collect that retainer fee, we're going to have to get that in writing. The firm may collect a percentage of the sales price. They may want to collect a flat fee of X amount or some other specified specific amount. Fees earned, due, and payable. The fee in this section will be earned by the firm. Again, the difference of when we earn our commission versus when we actually get paid. I earn my commission when the buyer enters into a written agreement. My job is to connect buyer and seller. And once I connect buyer and seller, I've done my job. Now that we're under contract, I need to take it a step further and get them through closing. But once we've entered into a written agreement, technically, I have earned my commission. There's a difference in when it's earned versus when it's due and payable. The fee will be due and payable to the firm when the buyer closes or defaults. I've earned my commission when I get my buyer under contract, when I have brokeraged the deal. I don't get paid until it closes. So if it never closes, this is where it may be up to your firm's policy whether or not they will go after the buyer for the commission. I earn my commission when we go under contract. It's due and payable if and when it closes. When it's talking about the default here, if the buyer were to breach. So if the buyer weren't to do something that was in violation of this contract, if they were just to, ghost you or whatever, then that would be a default, and the firm may or may not go after the buyer for, full commission, partial, whatever. B, this is important, you guys. I think this is the part of buyer's agency that not much of the public realizes. B says, firm may seek compensation from the seller or the listing firm to pay some or all of the fee due in this agreement. However, buyer understands that neither the seller nor the listing firm has a duty to pay the firm's fee. So I'm always going to ask the seller and the listing firm to pay me first, but they are under no obligation to pay my commission. But I just told my buyer's agency agreement, that I'm going to ask. And if they can't or won't, then the buyer is going to be on the hook to pay my commission. Mutual termination. If buyer hires another buyer's agent or firm while this agreement is in effect, buyer will remain liable to pay for any earned fee in this section, due and payable unless they agree to terminate. Something called a protection period. If after X amount of days, the agreement expires and the buyer purchases a property that I introduced them to. So my buyer agency, I show them a property today. My buyer agency agreement terminates tomorrow. They go under contract Saturday. Who introduced them to that property? I did. So this protection period may protect me. This may protect my commission. We're going to talk a little bit more about that specifically when we get to our listing agreement. I think it comes up more often with our listing agreement.
Does the firm set the protection period?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So they'll tell you, 14 days, 2 months. I would be leery of, long periods of time, like a year and a half or, something like that. But usually your firm and again, it might depend on the market, what kind of market we're in, who's in control, buyer's market or seller's market. So there's various things here, but usually the firm will have some kind of policy. Additional compensation. Sometimes the buyer's agent, buyer's firm might be offered a bonus. Builders, new construction is really good for this. When we get back into a buyer's market, then sellers might be offering buyer's agents bonuses. When it comes to additional compensation, and by additional compensation, I'm referring to anything above and beyond what we've agreed to here. So let's say this builder is offering the buyer buyer's agent, $500 bonus if we go under contract by the end of the week. I don't know. Sometimes the sellers will say $3,000 bonus if we go under contract by the end of the month. If ever we stand to make more than what we've agreed to, then I must disclose that to my client. And we have to disclose it in a full and timely manner. By that, I mean, we got to tell them how much the bonus is, and we got to tell them before we present the offer. They need all the information when they're deciding what to present. Sitting at the closing table with your buyers and saying, by the by, as soon as you sign, I'm going to make an extra $3,000 is too late. Full and timely disclosure. The reason for this, y'all put your pencils down for a second. Let's think it through for 1 second. Commission typically comes off of the purchase price, off of the sales price. Who pays the sales price?
Buyer.
Buyer.
The buyer. So technically, who's paying the commission? Who's paying that $3,000 bonus?
The buyer.
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 The buyer.
Don't they have that right to know? It's a really good chance, especially with builders. It's a really good chance that that $3,000 bonus has been built into the purchase price. Now, you guys don't need to go in that kind of depth with your buyer, but understanding why we have a duty to share that with them. Again, they need all of the information when they're deciding how much they want to offer. And by the way, when we're disclosing additional compensation, I got a form for that. So that they take care of that for us. I want to point out a few things at the bottom of the page. Any of our pre-printed forms, you're going to see this on the bottom of the pages. So first off, I am a member of the National Association of Realtors. That means I can use forms that rock that capital R. If you don't become a realtor, if your firm isn't a realtor, then you cannot use these forms. Your firm will probably have their own pre-printed forms that they can use. So members of the National Association of Realtors can use the forms that have that capital R, that logo. Our forms themselves don't come from national though. Our forms come from the state level. So we got the National Association of Realtors, and then we got the North Carolina Association of Realtors. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission does not provide our forms. However, the North Carolina Association of Realtors provides forms that are in compliance with commission law and license law and commission rule. Did I see a hand? Yeah, Tyler.
If you're a member and your firm is not, can you use the forms?
If your firm's a member, you have to be a member. If your firm's not a member, then you won't be a member. So it all starts with your firm. Their membership is dependent or not is dependent on yours. Most of our big markets, I mean, every once in a while I hear of a small, mom and pop out in the middle of nowhere. But I'd say most of us, and a big benefit of that membership is the forms. It comes with the pre-printed forms. If your firm's not a member, then they have to hire an attorney to draft up these pre-printed forms, making sure they're following license law and commission rule to do so. Let's see, I got my equal housing opportunity logo, letting the consumers know that we practice equal housing opportunity. We're not going to discriminate against any of the protected classes. I got a form number and then the revision when the most current copy came out. So just a couple of things to point out at the bottom of page 1. Top of page 2, we're going to explain dual agency to the buyer. I think you guys should read this. Top of page 2 of the buyer agency agreement, because it explains dual agency from the firm to the buyer. And as you guys are wrapping your brains around this information, I think this is a good explanation and a good thing for you guys to read so you can better understand dual agency. So it goes over the terms of dual agency, what it means for the buyer to be in dual agency. And then remember, dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. So we're not just going to hand it to them and say, we're going to do dual initial here. This is the words that we're going to use to help explain that intentionally created dual agency. Y'all don't expect them to read it. I'm telling you right now, buyers and sellers don't read. They expect that we know what's in the forms, that we know what's going on, and we can have these conversations with them. So like I always tell new agents, and probably the number one concern I hear is, how do I know what to say? And my answer is always, if you're familiar with the forms, it'll help put the words in your mouth. So dual agency, there's some fun homework for this weekend, is to read dual agency as it's explained to the buyer. And then we have to have authorization. So we're told to initial only as applicable. If we're going to practice dual agency, the firm, we're going to have the buyer's initial here. The firm may act as a dual agent in this transaction. If the firm may not act as a dual agent, the buyer will always have exclusive representation. So all I need from my buyers to do dual is for them to initial, giving me authorization to act as a dual agent should it come up. If the firm can act as a dual agent, so if we have initials here, then we can take it a step further. Buyer authorizes the same agent. So remember we said dual agency, it might be single agent dual agency, it might be two agents. Some people are okay with the firm in dual agency, but they're not okay with their individual broker being in dual agency. So we need to get their permission for me to be a single agent, dual agent. And then also, if the firm may act as a dual agent and the firm allows it, the firm practices, the buyer directs the firm to practice designated dual agency. And again, they have places there to initial as well. So they handle all that for us in our agency agreements. Nice, neat little package. So we have everything right there. I often think of our agency agreements as checklists. That's the other concern I get. How do I remember what to say? Just go through the agency agreements. Those are a great place to start to make sure you've covered everything, including dual and designated, if your firm practices it. Material facts. Whether we're in dual agency or not, firm must disclose any material facts to all parties because we always have a duty to disclose material facts. And then still on dual agency, if the firm is going to become a dual agent, the buyer is going to waive all claims, damages, losses, expenses, other than for violations of license law and intentional wrongful acts arising from the firm's role as a dual agent. So again, just making sure everybody's on board with that. So intentionally created with informed written consent. I got over half a page here. We're giving them some information, right? That we're not just handing it to them and saying, now read this and let me know what you think. We're going to make sure we review it with them so they understand what they are agreeing to. Surveillance, photography, and video. Y'all, it is 2025. I need you to conduct your lives as if you're on camera, because you know what? There's a really good chance you are, especially when you show somebody else's home. They very well may have video. They very well. Now, they can't have video in places for reasonable privacy, reasonable expectations of privacy, but you might see a Ring doorbell. You might see a camera in the corner of the living room or something. Think about it. You got strangers tromping through your house. Don't you want to know what's up? So it's not uncommon to see property with videos. So we're alerting the buyer to the fact that there may be surveillance present. Federal and state law prohibit the recording of oral communications. However, video surveillance without consent, excuse me, is okay. In other words, the seller can have video, but they can't have audio. We're going to see this in our listing agreement as well, so we can have that conversation. With that being said, as a buyer's agent, I caution my buyers about what they say when we're in the property. I'm not saying I don't trust everybody, but I'm protecting my buyers. And guys, here's the deal. I don't care if my buyer walks in the front door and goes, oh God, look at that carpet, that's tacky. Whatever, that's their opinion. I don't care about that. What I don't want is my buyer walking in the front door going, oh, this is it. This is the house I've been looking for my whole life. I would do anything for this property. What's the seller sitting in sitting in their car a couple houses ago, go da 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 da. They are singing, you know. So we got to make sure, caution your buyers. They shouldn't have audio, but caution your buyers, because I don't care about their opinion of, you know, color of walls or rugs or whatever. What I want to do is protect their negotiating power. I want to make sure they're not harming themselves, because if an offer comes in, the seller doesn't even have to think about it. Of course, they're going to counter, because they heard the buyer say that this is the home they've been looking for their whole lives. Sometimes I do that so well that I can't get a peep out of my buyers until we get back out in the driveway, well away from the house. So maybe I go a little too far, but you know, I protect my buyers. I'm like, what do y'all think? They're like, I'm like, it's okay. You know, so maybe there's a happy medium there somewhere. Let's see. The other thing that this is covering, buyer may take photos or videos as long as they're not intruding on the owner's reasonable expectation of privacy. Sometimes, y'all, I know this sounds awful, but if you start looking at lots and lots of houses, after a while, they kind of all start and run together. And if you're going to take your buyer out this weekend and show them 8 properties, after a while, they're going to be like, now, hang on, which kitchen was that house? Which bathroom was this house? So encouraging them to take notes or even snap pictures just to help them keep it together. You might have a case where, you know, maybe the married couple, you're going to meet them after work and one of them got hung up and couldn't make it to the showing. So the spouse may want to take some video to show when they get home. It's okay to take videos, pictures of the property. What we need to make sure is that they're not honing in on the personal property. We're not there to scope the place out. We're not opening desk drawers and taking pictures of what's in the desk drawers. We are standing in the room saying, all right, this is the kitchen, and not getting too specific on the stuff. Again, this comes up in our listing agreement, and the seller may choose not to allow it. So if the seller chooses not to allow it, then we need to be notified when the showing comes up, so we know that our buyers don't go in there. That's right. And there's photos on MLS as well. That's right. Some. One picture is required. And you know, some are always going to do the minimum, right? So, but yeah, I mean, isn't that awful? I mean, after a while, they all start running together. You know, you'll know what I'm talking. Some of you already bobbing your heads. So you've been out looking at properties. You know what I'm talking about. But anything, you know, encouraging to bring a little notepad and a pen, or you know, whatever they can do to help keep it separate, keep it straight. Buyers also like to piecemeal it too. They want the kitchen from the first one you showed them, and the living room from the third one you showed them, and the bedroom from the 5th one you showed them. It doesn't really work that way. So we got to help them keep it separate. Other professional advice, you know, this is another one we see in the listing agreement, but it's much more relevant in the buyer's agency agreement. Specifically with our buyers, when we go under contract, they're going to start doing some inspections and investigations. They're trying to learn about the property that they're about to purchase. And they're going to be looking at us for advice. Most buyers don't know home inspectors. Most buyers don't know pest inspectors and structural engineers and surveyors and attorneys and all those people that we have in our tool belt that are going to help us get through the transaction. So they might be looking towards us. So buyers advised to seek other professional advice regarding all sorts of things. And all I'm going to do is make suggestions. Y'all don't go to Google looking for a home inspector. They can do that. Have experience. Once you work with a few home inspectors, you'll form relationships. If you don't know anybody yet, that's okay. You'll meet them. They're out there in various board membership functions. They stop by your firm with a box of donuts every once in a while. Ask your firm if they have a preferred vendor list to help get you started until you find your own preferred vendors. Can I make a handout of who I would recommend? Absolutely. And I would take that a step further. I would not say this is the home inspector you're going to use. I'd say here's a list of 2 or 3 home inspectors that I've had a good experience with. You let me know. So at least we've helped them hone in their search a little bit. They can go to Google and just search those 2 or 3. But bottom line, whomever they use is their choice, their choosing. All I'm doing is offering that advice. Let's see, can I use my own engineering experience that is licensed and provided to the client? If you're a structural engineer and you have that ability, the only thing I would caution you on is making sure you're careful when you start wearing multiple hats in the same transaction. So it might be that it's in your best interest, especially till you get to know a little bit better, to pick a hat and choose that's what you're going to wear. And then, you know, kind of go from there. But just be very, very careful about trying to wear too many hats. But yeah, if you're a licensed surveyor or roofer or plumber or structural engineer, then you can speak. But if you're not, you can't. That's that whole stay in your lane. Inspection costs, unless otherwise agreed, buyer must pay for all inspection costs and other professional services relating to purchasing the property. So all their inspections, their investigations is going to be borne on the buyer. Y'all remember what we said on day 1, anything is negotiable. So when we make the offer, can we ask the seller to pay for some of the buyer's closing costs, some of their inspection costs? Sure, it's the jump start of negotiations. But what the buyer needs to understand here is that unless otherwise agreed, you're on the hook for paying these costs, these inspections, these investigations. Confidentiality. A firm will not, I really wish that said cannot, disclose the price or other terms of an offer by a buyer to a competing party without the express consent of the buyer. You may find yourself in a situation where you're working with multiple buyers at the same time. Furthermore, you may find yourself in a situation where you have 2 of your buyers interested in the same property, in which case we need to make sure that we're proceeding carefully. What you do for one, you do for all. When I pull market data, I'm going to give them both the same market data. Remember, I'm the fact finder. I'm providing them the information so they can make the informed decision. And I'm not going to fluff one buyer's market data and make it better than another. I'm going to give them both the same and say, this is what I know. This is what you guys should consider. You let me know what you want to offer. The other piece of this, I can't share the terms of the offer without the buyer's consent. So if I'm working with 2 buyers that are interested in the same property, I can't pit them against each other. Well, I know what this is the Jones are offering. The Smiths had decided to offer this. I can't pit them together. Remember, I'm the fact finder and I'm giving all them both the same information, and I cannot share the terms of one party's offer to anyone without their express consent. Wire fraud. Wire fraud got really big, really fast in real estate. Again, think about those dollar signs, those sales prices that are attached to real estate. And hackers, scammers have figured out that they can intercept it from going from the buyer to the closing attorney. So with wire fraud, we want to make sure, especially if your buyer's going to wire transfer their money in, we want to make sure that we have the conversation. And I'll tell you right now, the best thing you can do to protect your buyers and sellers is look them in the eyeball and tell them that you will never email them wire transfer instructions. And then don't. Because if they get an email from you with wire transfer instructions, you need to let me know because I've been hacked. So they need to go old school. They need to pick up the phone and call the attorney's office and get their wire transfer instructions over the phone. Email is not secure, y'all. My Gmail email is about as secure as my closet door. So transferring big information like that over a Gmail, for example, is not recommended.
In person works too, right?
Yeah. So you can have them swing by the attorney's office and get that information. Just don't email. And y'all know the fax is making a comeback, right? In some industries, because in some cases, the fax a little bit more secure than the email. You got control of where it's going to land. So just be very careful about what you put over the email. Also caution your buyers. If you're going to have them call the attorney's office, either you give them the number or they look it up. But don't have them call in a number from an email because now you got them calling the hackers. So just make sure it's worth having this conversation. Lane and I went to Raleigh a couple years ago to a wire fraud seminar. The FBI was there, attorneys were there, title insurance companies were there, and it was the North Carolina Real Estate Commission and it was the North Carolina Bar Association. And it was a big room full of so many people, but it was crazy. It was unbelievable. Because once that goes over the wire and the hackers accept it, they shut down that bank account, move on. And y'all, when that money's gone, it's gone. And if this was your life savings to buy this house, is that not heartbreaking? Billions, that's with a B, billions of dollars have been lost due to wire fraud. So big deal. Make sure you have the conversation. Yeah. And it's heartbreaking. And when it's gone, it's gone. We also had the same warning to the sellers because they may want their proceeds wire transfer to them. Maybe they've already moved to the other state and they want it just wired to them. So again, we just need to make sure that they're not, that's the big thing. You're not emailing it. The other thing I'm going to say, just kind of your free piece of advice for the day. If you're going to go take your laptop and work, Panera Bread, Starbucks, whatever, you're going to go hang out and get you a coffee and work for a bit. Don't get on the public Wi-Fi. You know who can get on the public Wi-Fi? Who can access the public Wi-Fi? The public. So if you're going to go work, if you're going to be dealing with people's sensitive information, including your own, get on your mobile hotspot when you're sitting at Panera Bread. That way, it's a little bit more secure. That's good for like personal, right? Whenever you're going to anytime. Careful what you're putting out over the public Wi-Fi. The FBI at that wire fraud seminar showed us a video of a young lady that went to Panera Bread. And I mean, she wasn't wearing her I'm a hacker t-shirt. She just went to Panera Bread and she created a Wi-Fi, called it Panera Bread 2. And within seconds, people were jumping on Panera Bread 2. It was incredible. So just be careful, you guys. Everybody promise safety first in so many ways. Protect yourself, protect your clients' information. We got a lot of information to help keep private. Additional terms, anything else that the broker, firm, and client agree to that's not in this, then we do have the ability to kind of, plug in anything. I'm trying to think of an example for buyers. I got some good ones for sellers, but you know, anything that we can, anything that's not in this agreement that the parties agree to, then we have the place here for additional terms. Merger modification, assignment, enforcement, attorney's fees, and government law. This is kind of the boilerplate stuff of an agency agreement. Some of this is saying if we do have to bring legal proceedings to each other, let's try and hash it out in mediation instead of going to court, that kind of thing. And then we have our non-discrimination clause. This is another one of our musts in all of our agency agreements. We must let the client know that the firm shall conduct all brokerage activities in regard to this agreement without respect to, and here's your protected classes, the race, color, religion, sex, national origin, handicap, or familial status of any party or prospective party. So let the consumer know that we will not discriminate against any of the protected classes. And again, that's one of your musts of any written agency agreement. I got a place for 2 buyers to sign with their contact information, phone, email, mailing address, etc. If you have more than 2 buyers, I got a form for that. And the form is called an additional signatures addendum. So if you have more than 2 buyers, I want all buyers to sign. I need everybody to be on board on day 1. So if you have more than 2 buyers, we got you covered. We got a form for that to allow for additional buyer signatures. If it's an entity buyer, then we're going to put that here. Again, kind of like us, the entity can't sign. So they're going to have one person in the entity that's allowed to sign on their behalf. That may or may not be the person you're dealing with, but it's the one that the entity allows them to sign. And then the last piece here is for us. So we got our firm name and license number, phone number. By, now the agent's going to sign it. And because I'm the one signing it, another must is that you have to have the broker's license number. You can put in the firm's, that's great, but it's not a must. The only must is the broker's license numbers because we're the one signing it, your office address, and then your contact information. I'm going to tell y'all, prior to October, the buyer agency agreement was 7 pages. And I'm still trying to figure out what happened to the missing 4, but they definitely, my BIC was mad. I've been talking about 4 pages for all these years that don't exist anymore. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's what happens when they update forms, all kinds of changes. So they've trimmed it way down for us. I think it gets to the point and creates that buyer agency. Our listing agreement is not so short. Any questions on our exclusive buyer agency agreement? Yes, that's a great question. Thank you. You're always going to be tested on the current forms. So this is the one I want you guys looking at, the 1024. And again, it's in our Google Drive. As soon as it hits Learn Test Pass, I'll let you know. But you guys, head bobs, you're not going to look at the one in Learn Test Pass yet. You're just going to look at the one in the Google Drive. Yes? Yes. And if you don't remember tomorrow when you sit down to look at it, shoot me a text. I got you. Fair enough? All right, let's take 10. When we come back, more on agency. I'm going to take attendance. So we talked about our exclusive buyer agency agreement. Again, it's in the Google Drive for you guys to look at. I, I just think it's another way, another source to help you guys kind of wrap your brains around this information. And like we said, there's also a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement, which is pretty much the same thing. It just doesn't demand exclusivity. So as we just saw, we may be working with multiple buyers at the same time. We might be working with multiple buyers interested in the same property. So just remember to treat everybody the same. Remember, we're not going to fluff numbers to try to benefit one buyer over the other. We're certainly not going to pit them together. So I'm not going to have them in a, so-and-so is offering this much. If you can come up, then you'll get the offer. We cannot do that, you guys. So just making sure that we're providing everybody the same information, and then letting them make the decision. Especially when we're working with buyers, y'all always please remember, you're not the one buying this house. You're not the one taking on a 30-year mortgage. We're just helping them decide what they want to do. So we've danced all around the multiple listing services, what we call the MLS, and I'll probably say MLS going forward. So the MLS, there are all over the state, the Triangle MLS, the Triad MLS, Canopy is Charlotte's MLS. You don't need to know that. And then if it's not in the Triangle, Triad, or Canopy, then there are many, many other MLSs. So part of affiliating with your firm will more than likely be an MLS, member of an MLS. And the MLS is where we pool our listings. The MLS is what creates inventory. The MLS is also where all our listings start. So when we get a new listing, I put it in the MLS, and from the MLS, it feeds to thousands of websites for the consumer to see the home for sale. So everywhere you go online and look at a home for sale, it all starts from the MLS. This is a membership thing. So once you affiliate with your firm, then you'll have the next steps will be to join whichever MLS your firm's with, whichever MLS your firm is a member of. They have new agent, what they call onboarding train, or new agent orientation is what they offer to help get you familiar with the MLS. And MLSs also may offer some training. So they may have training on, pulling comps or, things like that. So guys, when you pay these membership dues, make sure you take advantage of the things that you're paying for. The agents I hear complaining about the dues, I say, do you take training? They're like, no. Do you get certificates or designations? Well, there's programs out there. There's things out there that you're paying for. So learning and being familiar. MLS functions are also a great place to network, to meet other agents. You never know when we can help each other somewhere down the road. It's a small world, but the broker world is much, much smaller. So you have opportunities to, there's president and president-elect and, treasurer and that kind of thing. So there's just lots of opportunities, other areas that can help your career, and strengthen your realtor association. Again, what we need to know is all of our listings, all of that feed starts with the MLS and then feeds to the other sites. Welcome back. I've taken attendance. I feel like cameras are on. I got a few of you, but for fun, if you're not sure, just tell me you're back. When in doubt, just tell me you're back. So working with buyers, one thing we're going to do is we're going to help them locate properties. And then when we find some that might be suitable, then we're going to schedule those showings. We have a scheduling, what's it called? A showing service platform that we can schedule showings in. It's one place and you can schedule showings within your MLS. Just fill in the little form. The request goes to the listing agent and the seller. Some of them are go and show, which means you just have to submit the request and then you get the access. Is it on a combo? If so, what's the combo code? Others may require the seller to approve the showing, in which case, once they approve it, then you get the access information. There's also stuff in there, specific instructions that the seller may have. Remember, you guys, when you are showing properties, when you're with buyers looking at properties, it's still somebody else's home. So we're going to respect their wishes when we go into their home. If they want us to take our shoes off, we're going to take our shoes off. You know, tell your buyers wear something slips on and slips off, because, you know, don't wear your hiking boots or anything, but wear something easy to get on and off, because we're going to make sure that we're respecting the fact that somebody else is letting us into their home. Buyer's agent specifically, about the time you're scheduling these showings, you want to make sure that you are seeking your compensation. One of the big things that came from the NAR settlement, it used to be that you could look in MLS as a member, you could look in MLS and see how much, if any, the listing firm was paying you. And a part of that NAR settlement is that that's gone away. So now we as buyer's agents need to seek our compensation. Remember, my buyer's agency agreement says I'm always going to ask the seller first. So about the time you're scheduling the appointment, you need to reach out to the listing firm and or the seller and ask them, are you willing to cooperate? Are you willing to offer me compensation? And they're either going to say yes or no. And if they say yes, I got a form for that. If they say no, then there's only two parties to the sales transaction. So if the seller's not paying your commission, who's left?
The buyer.
Yeah, your buyer. So we're going to ask the seller first, but understand they're under no obligation. If you have a written agreement with your buyer and the seller won't pay you or the listing firm won't pay you, then the buyer will be obligated to do so. And that's why we have to talk about our compensation up front, so everybody understands coming into this. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, they're not offering to pay me, or they're not offering to pay me what my firm expects to collect. Another thing we're going to learn tonight is that the firm sets the commission. And they will tell you, if you're working with buyers, this is how much we expect to collect. So that not sufficient piece that you're looking at on your screen, I'm just going to make numbers up. But let's just say your firm expects to collect 4% of the sales price when they work with this buyer. Your buyer wants to schedule a show and you call the listing agent. The listing agent says, we'll pay you 2%. So I got 2% coming from the listing firm, and I have to go back to my buyer and say, you're going to have to ante up the other 2%. Do we see the importance of having that signed agency agreement? Because that's the only thing I got to protect your commission. So making sure, I want y'all to get paid. Y'all don't work for free. Promise? So I want to make sure that you get paid. Your buyer might become interested in a FSBO, a for sale by owner. If your buyer becomes interested in the FSBO, then you are going to reach out to the seller on behalf of your buyer. And remember, I've been hired as a buyer's agent, so I'm going to disclose my agency status at initial contact. So when I first reach out to this FSBO, I'm going to say, I'm representing a buyer that's interested in your listing. They would like to see your home tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Does that work for you? Is that good for you? Then we're going to have to ask the FSBO if they're willing to pay my commission or not. They're under no obligation, like the seller that's listed in the MLS. The FSBO is under no obligation to pay me. If they say no, then we know that we have that buyer's agency for the buyer to pay me. If they say yes, are y'all going to take them at their word? You going to believe what they say? Everybody shake your head no. Ain't nobody gonna protect your money like you. So if that FSBO says, yeah, sure, I'll pay you, no problem. Guess what, y'all? I got a form for that. So we can send over a protection agreement that the FSBO would have to sign, agreeing to pay my commission. I'm not creating agency. The FSBO has already decided they want to go it alone. What I am doing is making sure that and I got a form for that, making sure that that the for sale by owner is committed in writing to pay me. Whether the FSBO pays me or not, what's something else that I need to make sure that I go over, that I review with the for sale by owner?
Working with a real estate agent.
Look at you guys go. Doesn't that FSBO have the right to know that I represent the buyer in this transaction? And anything you say to me is just like talking directly to my buyer, and that I don't owe the FSBO confidentiality because they aren't the ones that hired me. Y'all, agency is not the one that's going to pay you. It's the one that hires you. And so whether this FSBO is going to pay you or not, we need to make sure that we do our working with real estate agent disclosure so they understand where we stand in the transaction. And there's no confusion there. In this case, if you start assisting the FSBO, if you start helping the FSBO, if you start working with the FSBO, you have begun practicing undisclosed dual agency. So make sure that this FSBO is only getting honesty, fairness, and the disclosure of material facts. This is a customer. A question comes in, how often do sellers say no about paying my commission? I'm going to say if it's listed, not as often, but not all FSBOs. Part of the reason why FSBOs choose to go it alone, because they don't want to pay commission. So I'd say more sellers pay that list, but there's no, and that's the big thing with the NAR thing. There's a choice. Most sellers are still offering something, but again, if it's not what my firm expects to collect, then I still need to make sure that I'm getting that full amount. So the payment of the compensation, like we said, doesn't create the agency. Payment, who's paying you, does not create agency. What creates agency are our agency agreements. And price point does not matter. The buyer that hires you to help them buy a $5,000 piece of land, the seller that hires you to help them sell their $1.5 million property, they all get OLCAR once we enter into that agency agreement. Sharing of commission, again, the firm's going to have a policy. The firm determines how much they want to collect. And they may have different policies for sharing commission in different types of scenarios, different types of transactions. One type of transaction is an in-house transaction. This is dual agency. That means both buyer and seller are coming from the same house, coming from the same firm. An in-house transaction. And the firm may have different commission splits for agents with an in-house transaction. You might get paid the same, you might get paid differently. But an in-house transaction just means we're all coming from the same firm, the same house. A co-broker transaction is when one broker represents the seller and a different broker represents the buyer. One firm represents the seller and a different firm represents the buyer. That's a co-broker transaction. And then you may also have the opportunity to do referral fees. You can send referral fees. We talked about your buddy that wanted to buy a house at the beach. Maybe you're not familiar with the beach. So the best thing you can do is send your buddy to the beach and collect a referral fee. You may also be given referral business. Maybe you have family from out of state or friends from out of state that are moving or know somebody that's moving here. They may say, hey, I got an agent for you in North Carolina. If they're licensed, if they have a current and active license in their state, then they can be paid a referral fee. Referral fees are also negotiable. They're also determined by the firm's policy. So how much are you going to get for that referral fee? It's going to be spelled out per the firm. So yeah, in-house transactions, dual agency, designated dual agency, because I got both clients in the same house. Same firm. And remember what we said last night, your firm may have multiple locations. It's not about being under the roof. It's about being under the same firm. So earning a commission as a buyer's agent. In order to earn a commission as a buyer's agent, first and foremost, you got to have a current and active license. Current and active is the only status in which you can get paid. So step one, activate that license. And y'all, once you activate it, keep it current and active. Unit one. And also to get paid, you have to have a valid written buyer's agency agreement. Maybe it's an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. Maybe it's a non-exclusive buyer agency, but it's a valid written buyer's agency agreement. You are going to help the buyer find the property. You're going to be called what's referred to as the procuring cause. You are the one that introduced the buyer to this property. You showed it to them, you gave them the specifics, you told them the information. You're going to help them find and locate that property. And then with your ready, willing, and able buyer, you're going to help them get their offer accepted. Congratulations, you have just earned your commission. But remember what our buyer's agency agreement says. There's a difference in when I earn it versus when we actually get paid. Step one, you got to earn it.
Julie, I'm sorry, I don't know how to raise my
Please.
hand. I don't know how to raise my hand on this. When you do referrals, I'm sure there's a form for that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah. And some firms may have their own. But yeah, we do have a very, very generic, but it serves the purpose. We also touched on when we looked at our buyer's agency agreement, additional compensation. I've never seen a car as a bonus. Wouldn't that be nice? Y'all see that, let me know. But usually what we see is cash. And it usually comes from maybe the builder, like we said, as we're swinging back into a buyer's market, we might start seeing more and more sellers offering the buyer's agent's bonus. So if there is a bonus, again, we just need to make sure that we are disclosing that to our buyers in a full and timely manner. And again, what I mean by that is full, I'm telling them exactly what the bonus is, exactly how much it is, and timely meaning I am providing them that information when they're still deciding what they want to offer. After we're under contract is too late. So making sure that they're aware of any bonus. We can do verbal. We can tell them verbally about any additional compensation no later than the time the buyer considers the offer. But we've got to get that understanding, that disclosure in writing actually before they make the offer. And that reinforces our full and timely thing. Making sure that we have that in writing before they present the offer. Again, I got a form for that, and it just lets the buyer know the builder's going to give me a X amount of bonus if you decide to buy. We got to let them know because it involves them. It's their transaction, so we need to let them know. Yeah, Stephanie, hey.
So with that, so with the bonuses, Should that be done before or after you guys settle on a commission? Like if they agree, because I guess in my mind, I'm thinking, wouldn't that say you're getting $3,000 from the builder? Well, I'm not gonna pay you commission since you're already getting that, I guess is what I'm asking.
So it depends on whether you not have that agency agreement in writing or not. You know, if it's an oral agreement, I've told you what my firm expects to collect. Because even though it's an oral buyer agency agreement, it's still expressed. So I've gone through the terms with you. And I've told you, when you find a property, we'll sign an agency agreement and I expect to collect X amount. Now that we're getting ready to put it under contract, then we're going to make sure that we disclose it to them again. If it's already in writing, then we already have it in writing. Couple more excerpts from the comments, the license law and commission rule comments that you guys can find in the resources of Learn Test Pass. Broker cannot receive any compensation, incentive, bonus, rebate, etc. for more than nominal value. We're going to define nominal value in just a second. From their principal, unless the compensation is provided for in a written agency agreement. All compensation must eventually be put in that written agency agreement or that disclosure of compensation. Or from any other party or person, unless the broker provides to their principal the full and timely disclosure of the compensation. So the license law and commission rule comments reiterate that full and timely disclosure. They reiterate letting them know in writing in the agency agreement or in the additional compensation form. But one way or another, we got to let them know. You know, maybe it's in the public remarks where your buyer has seen it, but also members of MLSs, we have a private remarks field that the public doesn't see. So some things are going out to the public, some things are staying within MLS. It's called an agent only remarks. So if you see that in agent only, your buyer doesn't. If you see it in the public remarks, we still have to disclose it to them. We can't assume that they've seen it, even though it is public. And it might be that the builder calls you after the schedule of showing. You schedule the showing and the builder says, yeah, I got an incentive going on right now. So it doesn't necessarily have to come from MLS. No matter where it comes from, my responsibility is to disclose. Disclose, disclose, disclose. Nominal compensation. Again, an excerpt from the license law and commission rule comments. It's considered nominal if it's generally less than $50. So a gift card, bottle of wine, something like that. If somebody's going to give me a $50 gift card, I don't have to disclose that to my consumer. It's nominal. Now, I had an agent ask me once, or not an agent, a pre-licensing student asked me once, you guys get creative. You know, if the buyer's willing, if the builder's willing to give me $500, can I choose 10 $50 gift cards and not disclose? No, because how much are you getting overall? You're still getting $500. And really, you've just irked the builder at this point, and they may not want to give it to you after all. So don't try to find creative solutions, you guys. That's why we have license law and commission rule. Can you be compensated from the plumber, interior designer, electrician, contractor, etc., based on a referral? The answer to that is it depends. We got some lender laws in place when we get into our unit that affect us in some cases. So if the buyer's going through a lender, if the buyer's using a lender, then no, I cannot receive a referral fee for recommending services. However, if it's a cash buyer, that means there are no lender laws. So we'll talk more about, you guys may have heard of something called TRID, T-R-I-D. If not, no worries, it's coming. License law and commission rule, again, another excerpt, also identifies that full and timely disclosure. Disclosure is timely when it's made in sufficient time to aid in a reasonable person's decision-making. Disclosure may be made orally, but it needs to be confirmed in writing before they make the offer to buy or sell.
Is there a form for bonuses or would it be in the agency agreement?
It's an additional compensation form is what it's called. So yeah, and again, it's a very generic, because we've already agreed to commission. So now we just got to get something for this bonus. So yep, I got a form for that. Hundreds of forms. Y'all know, like, we really like our paperwork in real estate. You guys know that, right? Really, really. See, we talked about this last night, so I'd say we're good. This is the exception. First substantial contact versus initial contact. You've already been hired by the buyer. You are acting as a buyer's agent. And you reach out to the listing firm or the seller. I have a duty to disclose my agency status at initial contact. I don't have to wait for first substantial contact. Remember that FSBO that we just called? Your buyer wanted to go see it tomorrow, and I called the FSBO. One of the first words out of my mouth were, I'm representing a buyer that's interested in your property. They want to see it tomorrow. Now, it might be that we never talked to the seller or the listing agent. I mean, we're in the technology age, right? And we may not have any form of communication with the seller or the listing agent until we're ready to present the offer. So if I haven't disclosed, if I haven't had a need to disclose my agency status by then I need to make sure I do it when I present that offer. Another thing that's really helpful, our sales contract gives me the opportunity to select my agency status. So you don't even have to write it in. You just got to check a box. Let everybody that touches that contract know what role you are playing in this transaction. So first substantial contact versus initial contact, I think we're pretty good with that. Again, making sure that we are disclosing that agency status. And the big thing, I don't owe you confidentiality, y'all. That's huge. I don't owe you confidentiality until and if you decide to hire me. So here is the comments that addresses that initial status. And within the comments is Commission Rule 58A.0104. Have I mentioned that before? You can find it in the Google Drive. Read it, please. Make sure you're starting on the comments. Has anybody started reading the comments yet? Again, it's not necessarily a fun read, so break it up. A few of you, you can find it in Learn, Test, Pass. So break it up into chunks. It's much easier if you can break it up into sections. So let's run through a couple scenarios together. Licensee represents a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement. Remember, just cover up that word oral. What am I dealing with here? I'm dealing with buyer agency. So you represent a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement. The licensee calls the listing agent to request additional information. Buyer decides to make an offer. Licensee informs the listing agent about the offer when submitting the offer. So hang on, they called the listing agent to request additional information. They told the listing agent that they represented the buyer when they submitted the offer. Did this agent violate license law?
Yes.
Yeah. When should they have disclosed their status of representing the buyer?
When they called.
When they call, that's it, to request additional information. So did they violate? Yes.
Mhm.
In this case, it was too late when they submitted the offer because we've already had a conversation. If I didn't call and my first communication, email, text, phone call, whatever, my first communication with you is submitting the offer, then that is when I disclose the fact that I'm representing this buyer, the fact that I'm working with the buyer. Questions on that? So let's see another one. Broker represents a buyer who wants to view a property listed for sale in the MLS. Showing is scheduled and confirmed through our showing service. Upon arrival, the broker meets the seller and informs the seller that they represent the buyer interested in the property. Did they violate license law?
No.
No.
I'm seeing head shake no, and I would agree. Because my first communication, the first conversation, again, over the phone, text, email, whatever, was when I got there. And so as soon as we started talking, I disclosed the fact that I represent the buyer. Now, let me tell you guys something. Our showing service is pretty helpful, because when you go into the showing service and request a showing, it's going to ask you what role you're playing. So if you're going in as a buyer's agent, you check that little box. And then when the request is submitted to the listing agent, the seller, guess what? It did it for you.
But
I think this
still,
example might be a little bit old, which is a little outdated. What was that? I'm sorry.
you would still want to disclose that though in person.
I would. Yep. Yep. You can't disclose too much. Good. So when entering into a oral buyer agency agreement, again, just cover up that word oral. What are we entering into? A buyer agency agreement. What is agreed to between the client and the firm? An oral buyer agency agreement. Is it exclusive?
No.
It's not. Thank you. Because in oral buyer agency, I cannot demand exclusivity. If I demand exclusivity, we got to get it in writing. So oral buyer agency is non-exclusive. So what's agreed to, it's an express agreement. And the broker is going to tell the buyer, this is what I'm going to do for you as a buyer's agent. And I'm going to go through the terms of a buyer's agency agreement. I'm just not going to ask them to sign anything. Remember, under an oral buyer agency agreement, what does the buyer owe me? Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing at all. So another good reason to get this thing in writing. Some limitations for oral buyer agency. We just said it's non-exclusive. The other one is that it can't be for a specific period of time. So if I'm going to look at this buyer and say, you and I are going to work together for 2 months or 2 weeks or 2 days, then we got to put it in writing. I could use the exclusive or the non-exclusive buyer's agency agreement if your firm allows. Anybody remember the last opportunity, the last time that I have to put my oral buyer agency agreement in writing? What's the last place, the last time?
Presenting
Before
the
making presenting the offer.
Oh, for you.
Yep, you guys got it. So I've got it no matter what. I've got to get this thing in writing before I can present the offer on behalf of the buyer. All agreements of commission need to be worked out between the broker and the firm. I'm sorry, between the broker and the buyer, the firm and the buyer, before we start negotiating on behalf of buyer and seller. That's entering into a whole new agreement. It's taking it to a whole new level. So we need to get our stuff hashed out first so that we can properly represent them as we start the sales contract. If a buyer subsequently agrees to dual, they said no at first, but now their dream property came on the market that was listed by your firm. It's funny how quickly they change their minds. And they'd say, I'm just kidding. I want to do dual. Let's go see this property. How can I change their mind? Or what do we have to do if they change their mind, I should say?
Get it in writing.
It depends.
It depends. If it's in writing, it can only be changed in writing. But if they said no orally, then they can change orally. Everybody with me? If they originally said no orally, then they can change orally. Just kidding, I want to do dual. But if I have a no in writing, basic contract law says the only way to change that is in writing. I have I'll put it in, why not? I have it's a sample oral buyer agency letter. So it's letting the buyers know, it's a letter from the broker to the buyer, and it's letting the buyer know under an oral buyer agency agreement, this is what I am and what I am not going to do for you. At the end of the form, only the broker signs it. I'm not asking the buyer to sign anything because it's an oral agreement. But I do think it kind of helps us see that express agreement, making sure that those terms are clearly stated. So let me make a note, and I will put that in our Google Drive tomorrow. So you guys can pull that sample letter and get a better idea of what it is that we need to say to them to have that express agreement. So sample buyer agency in our drive. So you guys can have another fun thing to look at this weekend. Sound good? Questions? Moving on to our next little section, we're going to switch gears. Take your buyer's hat off and put your seller's hat on. We're going to start working specifically with sellers. One fun thing is we have multiple different types of listing agreements. So we're going to look at those types of listing agreements with the focus on the one that's used the most often. We're also going to talk about the Sherman Antitrust Act. Sherman Antitrust Act is not specific to real estate. It's specific to trade, to commerce. But there are some points of Sherman's Antitrust Act that does apply to us, and specifically talking about our commission or our brokerage fees. So now we're representing sellers. You're acting as a seller's agent. There are, first off, a couple different listing agreements that you may be able to use. Again, it's going to depend on your firm. So we're going to go through them so we have a very basic understanding of what's different and what they do. The first type of listing agreement that we might see is an open listing, also known as a non-exclusive listing. What's non-exclusive tell us?
More than one.
The seller's dating multiple firms, right? So with this non-exclusive, this open listing, then the seller could hire more than one firm. Also in this type of listing agreement, I'm competing with the seller, which means the seller has hired multiple brokers, multiple firms, but they're also out there trying to sell it themselves. And if the seller sells it themselves, none of us are going to get paid. So the seller's competing with me. If they go to work tomorrow and they talk to a coworker in the break room, and the coworker says, I want to buy your house, none of us are getting paid. As a matter of fact, the only one of us that's going to get paid is the one that brings the buyer. So if none of us bring the buyer, none of us are getting paid. The seller reserves the right to sell it themselves. Now simmer down. I know questions are starting. Some of you are starting to type. So hit back real quick, because let me explain. In most MLSs, these types of listing agreements are not allowed. Specifically, Triangle, Triad, Canopy, I can speak for them. I can't speak for all of the MLSs. But many MLSs, these types of agreements are not allowed. How many of you, I'll tell you when these were popular, when these were big. Several of you, I can look real quick and probably guesstimate. How many of you, myself included, remember life before the internet? My goodness. Remember life before? Some of you have no idea what I'm talking about. Before the internet, what do you mean? So for the rest of us, life before the internet, when we were marketing or advertising, was a little bit different. You know, today I told you I put your listing in MLS and it gets fed out to all the websites. Well, remember, specifically, not just before advertising on the internet, but also before we had this idea of agency, buyer's agency. And some sellers would hire multiple firms. Some sellers would hire 2 or 3 firms, because remember, those buyers weren't represented. They were going from firm to firm to firm to see what inventory they offered. So these were, they're a thing of the past, honestly. They're a thing of the past. We're not seeing these. Like I said, most of our MLSs don't allow these type of listing agreements. So this is probably one of these things that we just need to get you through the test, and then you will never see anything about an open listing again.
Have you ever seen an open listing?
Nope. Nope. And if I do, I'm calling somebody because I know we're a member of Triad MLS and a member of Canopy, which is Charlotte. And I know both of them. So yeah, I'm making some phone calls if I do. Now, you could have a co-listing situation where you have two different firms listed, but we're both going to get paid. We're both splitting it. We're not competing with the seller. So it could be a non-exclusive listing, but it's not going to be that open where we're competing with the seller. I think co-listing, let's see. Somebody's from Salisbury. Salisbury could very well fall in the Canopy MLS. Salisbury could also fall in Triad MLS. Some sellers may want to hire a broker from each to get it in both MLSs. But again, the need for that today isn't as much because all you got to do is put it in one MLS and the feed goes everywhere. It might just be exposure to different brokers, but the firm would have to agree to have a co-listing situation. Another type of agency agreement that we have is called an exclusive agency listing. Show me how many firms. Yep, just one. So now we just got one. Exclusive agency means I am the only agent. I am the only firm. But guess what? In this type of relationship, you're still competing with the seller. So if the seller sells it on their own, then they don't have to pay you commission. So we're getting a little bit better, right? These are allowed, but in all my years, I've never seen one out in the wild. So exclusive agency tells us the seller hires one firm, but the seller's still competing. And this could get tricky. You know, let's say, for example, you have this listing and you have the for sale sign in somebody's front yard. And the seller's out front on a Saturday morning mowing. And the car stops and talks to the seller, and the seller sells the property. Did the car stop because of the seller? Or did the car stop because of your sign? See how this could get, now what's the seller gonna say? The seller's gonna say, I sold it. You're gonna say, but they would have never stopped if they didn't see my sign. So see, this could get very, very tricky. Again, I've never seen one of these out in the wild. But they're allowed in many MLSs. It's not as much protection for me. So what's the most common one that we use? What's the one that we see on the regular? And that is our exclusive right to sell. Exclusive meaning one firm, and I am the only one that can sell this property, meaning I'm not even competing with the seller. And an exclusive right to sell listed with one brokerage, I get paid no matter who sells the property. If the seller sells it, I get paid. If an agent in my firm sells it, I get paid. If a broker from a different firm sells it, I get paid, I get paid, I get paid. We like that a little bit better? This is the one that we see the most often. This is the one that we're going to review when we look at our listing agreement. See the difference in the exclusive agency and the exclusive right to sell. Exclusive agency is just saying one firm. Exclusive right to sell is saying I'm the only one that can sell. I can't even compete with the seller. So our seller that's out front mowing on Saturday, I'm going to tell them, if somebody comes to your door, somebody shows up to your property wanting to buy your house, give them my card and have them call me because this is my job. The seller's not involved. And safety first, you guys. Make sure your seller. Anybody try to buy a house in 2020, 2021? It was cutthroat out there. It was hardcore for buyers. and they were desperate. And there were cases where buyers were just going knocking on the seller's door, bypassing agents, just going straight, ding dong, I want to buy your house. Always remember your sellers, safety first. They don't know that person on the other side of the door. Be very, very careful in this day and age who you open your door for. Safety's always first. Yeah. It was tough. Yeah, there back in those days too, we had those love letters, where the buyer would write a letter to the seller and tell him why you should pick me. That actually drew some attention, those love letters, because many of those love letters bumped into fair housing. If I send you a letter and says I can see my family spending Christmas around the tree in this living room. We've hit on religion, we've hit on familial status. So those love letters became not recommended, but we're not seeing those as much anymore. Another type of listing. Yeah, did I hear something?
So those are not recommended at all no more?
Just be careful it doesn't bump into fair housing. I would read it. I would read it before I send it. I had buyers do it once and they did it like from their dogs. We would love to play in the backyard and dig up the garden. I mean, they like wrote it from the perspective of their dogs. And when they submitted the offer, they included a picture of their dogs. Is that not adorable? No violations in fair housing there. So be creative. Another type of listing that we have is called a net listing. These are not illegal yet. They are strongly discouraged. What a net listing is, the seller says how much they want to receive after it sells. So the seller looks at you and says, I want to make X amount. Compensation is any amount over that. So let's say the seller says, I want a net 50, and you end up selling it for, I don't know, 80 net. That means the seller's getting 50 and you're getting 30. Is that fair to your seller? If I can get them more money, isn't that kind of what old car is teaching us? If I can put more money in the pocket from their sale, then shouldn't I put more money in their pocket? So net listings, again, they're not illegal yet, but proceed with caution. I would talk to your BIC. I would probably even talk to an attorney just to make sure that we're proceeding, but always start with your BIC. But generally speaking, if you know your seller needs 50, but you can get them 80, not only do you have a happy seller, but that's also how we build our book of business, because we have referrals from previous clients. Questions? All right, let's take 10. Working with sellers is when we get back. We're back. How are we doing? Good? Head bobs, thumbs ups? Cool. All right, so I'm going to take attendance. Another type of listing agreement, listing arrangement that we might see is called a limited service agreement. You may have firms set up as a limited service firm. So with a limited service firm, it's not that we're limiting the duties. We're limiting the services. So it might not be that you get full service. It might be an a la carte option. You want me to put in an MLS? I'll charge you X amount. You want me to do an open house? I'm going to charge you X amount. You want to put my combo box on your door? It's going to be X amount. It's almost like choosing from a menu of what services you want. But hear me, we're not limiting the duties. So in a limited service agreement, what duties do we owe this seller?
Old car.
We still owe them old car. We're just limiting the services. I see this often with maybe the investor that, or the flipper, I should say, the flipper that bought the whole house and flipped it. Now they're turning around and selling it. They do this for a living, y'all. They don't need me, but they do want their property in the multiple listing services. They do want, you know, various services. So they hire the limited service firm to do that a la carte. I want this, and this service. It's like the dollar menu at Wendy's. You know, I want this, and this. And then you only pay. Do they still have it? Is it a $5 menu now? I bet. But, you know, but then you only pay for those services that you collect or that you do. As a buyer's agent, I've done 2 of these transactions. And the one in particular, I mean, both went really smooth. But the one in particular, all the conversation, all the communication that I did was with the seller. To this day, I have yet to ever have a conversation, email, text, or on the phone with the broker. Now, the broker was in the backgrounds with their seller, but the broker wasn't communicating with me, clearly because the seller was doing that themselves. They didn't pay for that service. My buyer found this, saw this property. I sent her open housing one Sunday because I had to do an open house, so I couldn't. So I sent her open housing, and she went to open house, and I got the call after my open house, and she was like, "I want to write it up," and I was like, "Well, goodness, that was easy." So, you know, we got that taken care of. But she told me later that it was the seller that was doing the open house because they didn't pay for that service. They didn't pay for that. So it's limiting the services, not the duties. We still owe them old car. Do not refer to limited service firms as discount brokers because they're not. They're not discounting the duties that they owe. What's the connotation you put out there when you say a discount broker? They're offering the full duties. They're just limiting the services. So as a listing agent, how can we earn a commission? Well, first and foremost, there's that current and active license again. Can only get paid when you have a current and active license. We also need a valid listing agreement in writing. We are going to procure. Maybe I'm going to bring them, or maybe somebody else in my MLS will bring them. But we're going to find my seller, that ready, willing, and able buyer. Because I'm doing more than putting it in MLS, by the way. If it was that easy. But I'm everywhere I can finding buyers. And if a broker brings me a buyer, awesome. But bottom line, we're going to be the one that finds the seller, that ready, willing, and able buyer. And then once our seller has accepted an offer, again, same thing in our listing agreement. Once the seller has accepted that offer, I have earned my commission, but it's not due and payable until it closes. So let me ask you guys this. What do we think? You are a listing agent and you get an offer in from a buyer. Maybe they're represented, maybe they're not. And the offer that comes in is a full price offer, cash, all the terms, everything that your seller wanted. It's the closing date they wanted, it's the terms they wanted. In their eyes, it's the perfect offer. What do y'all think? Is your seller under any obligation to accept that offer? I see head shaking no.
Actually, yeah.
Can I make anybody do anything? And doesn't that include making them accept the offer? Even though I bring them the perfect offer, the dream offer, they're still not obligated to accept it. But guess what? I still found them that ready, willing, and able buyer. And this might be a case, I don't know, but it might be a case where your firm may want to go after the commission. Because didn't I do the job that they hired me to do? I bought them their dream offer, everything that they could ever want. I can't make anybody do anything, but it might be one of those cases where the seller might be in breach of our listing agreement because I did what they hired me to do. So don't assume because a good offer comes in that your seller's going to sign. Now, again, I think now it's time to sit down and have a conversation like, why? Why won't you accept this offer? You told me this is what you want. And there's something else going on, I'm sure. But man, wouldn't that be discouraging? You did the job that they hired you to do perfectly. No, yeah, no, I'm not going to accept that. Something else is going on. There's risks involved when you're working with sellers. There's risks involved when you're working with buyers. It's sales, you guys. There's risks involved in sales. So our commission, this is important. License Law Commission rule does not determine commission. The Real Estate Commission does not determine commission. The MLS, the North Carolina Association of Realtor, the National Association of Realtor does not determine the commission. The commission is determined by the firm. You need to be very, very careful when you're at that listing appointment. At some point, the seller's going to look at you and say, how much commission do you charge? And you need to be careful how you respond. Your response is, my firm charges X amount. Don't look at the seller and say, all of us in the triad charge the same thing. Don't look at the seller and say, well, all of us charge X amount. That's just standard. That's what we do. Words matter, you guys. You look at that seller, you even look at that buyer, and you say, my firm charges X amount. This is my company's policy. Whether or not you can negotiate your firm's commission will be up to your firm's policy. If so, how negotiable is it? They will direct you. They will let you know. But we need to be careful that we don't lead the consumer to believe that commission is set in any way. And that is what started this whole NAR settlement thing. Again, we're not getting bogged down on that because NAR isn't giving you your test, but it is all about commission, specifically Sherman Antitrust Act and their policy in no price fixing. Price fixing is when firms come together and say, okay, all of us are going to charge X amount. So it's very important that we hear, very important that we see that the firm sets their own commission. And when we're out there representing our firm and speaking on behalf of our firm, we're very clear to the consumer that they know that this is a firm policy. So compensation is negotiable. How negotiable? That's up to your firm's policy. I hope it's a little negotiable. I really do. Most firms will allow a little negotiable. I mean, think about it. What is it? This is the first of the year, January 16th. You answer a call tomorrow, and the person on the other end of call is an investor that's been in the investment game for 30 years, and now he's going to retire, and he wants to sell his portfolio, and he has 20 properties in his portfolio that he wants you to sell this year. Heck yeah. The firm may agree that it's not fair to charge that seller their full commission for all 20 properties. I mean, we're getting a gift here, right? So it might be that our commission's a little negotiable to help that seller, to work with that seller. I hope what you're hearing me say is that it's up to the firm. Do I have a question I'm hearing? Let me go back there. I think that's Shauna. Shauna, do you have a question? Is that just no accidental mute? Okay, you're good. How often do customers go with the lowest commission agent? You know, I don't know, because I don't know what other firms are charging. But what I do know is no matter what you're charging, we need to be able to show the seller what my value is. What is it that you're getting when I charge you X amount? And that's what our listing appointment is for. That's like my opportunity to, you know, sell myself and my services and my firm services to the seller. You know, if they don't want to pay commission at all, the seller doesn't have to. They don't have to pay a buyer's agent commission. Now, if they hire a listing firm, they're going to have to pay the listing firm something. If they don't want to pay any commission at all, this sounds like a great candidate for sale by owner to go through it totally unrepresented. And it may not be that they don't want to pay commission. It might be that they're struggling financially and they, you know, need the proceeds from the sale without paying. There's so many different reasons. Another thing we get from Sherman Antitrust Act is called group boycotting. Group boycotting is also not allowed. Group boycotting is when we come together, maybe the brokers or the firms come together in an attempt to drive somebody else out of the business. So remember when I just told you not to call limited service firms discount brokers? That would be an example of group boycotting, because the connotation here is that they're not providing the same services. They're not doing the same things that full service brokers are. And that very well could be seen as group boycotting. You may have a bad experience with a home inspector. Everybody has a bad day every once in a while, right? You have a bad day every once in a while, it happens. Maybe your home inspector had a bad day. Maybe they're just not a good home inspector. I don't know. But you've had a bad experience, or rather your buyer had a bad experience with the home inspector. You don't have to recommend that home inspector going forward. That's up to you who you recommend your buyer use. Bottom line, your buyer can use whomever they want to. It's okay to not recommend, but what you can't do is go into the office and say, guys, this home inspector's horrible. Let's all agree not to use them. That's group boycotting. You're trying to get people together to drive that home inspector out of the business. Trust me, if the home inspector's bad on the regular, they will drive themselves out. They do not need your help. So Sherman Antitrust Act, again, Sherman Antitrust Act is not specific to real estate. This deals with all commerce, all trade. Specific to real estate is price fixing revolving around our commission and group boycotting. I had a seller call me once, and she said, we just had to fire my broker and we need somebody else to list our home as soon as possible. Can you help? And I was like, let's set up a showing, a listing appointment. I'd love to come over and talk to you guys, view your home, da, da, da. And she said, well, how much commission do you charge? I'm driving down the road, y'all. She's like, how much commission do you charge? My firm charges X amount. And she said, well, what do you do for that? I'm like in a listing appointment spontaneously, you know? So here I am, like, we do this and we do that. This is how we're going to do, and this is what we get paid. And then she said, are you willing to cut your commission? And what I really wanted to say was, well, what of my services do you want me to cut? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't want to pay me, then what is it you don't want to pay me for? She was very angry. I don't know the details. She had clearly not had a good experience. And I was probably the first one that she got after that. And I don't know, that was the end of our conversation. Obviously, I couldn't sell myself on the spot in the car. You know, I wasn't prepared. She caught me off guard. But again, and then she started talking about, and I said, I don't want to hear about the other broker. That doesn't matter to me. That's not important to me. What I do know is this is what we charge and why. And that's what we're doing. We're proving to the buyers and the sellers my value. It's not, this is what I charge, sign here. It's, this is what I'm going to do for this fee. And that's why I don't want y'all to ever look at a seller and say, well, I'm going to put it in MLS. Because you know what every single broker across the country is going to do? Put it in MLS. What else are you going to do? How else are you going to set yourself apart? Question on Sherman. So, can a firm refuse to negotiate their commission? It charges the seller. Can a firm refuse to negotiate their commission? You can shake your head, yes or no. Can the firm refuse to negotiate? Sure, because whose commission is it? It's the firm's. So, if they're willing to negotiate, and if so, how much, it is entirely up to the firm's policy. Again, you're sitting in that listing appointment. The seller's going to say, how much do you charge? And you tell them, and there's a good chance some sellers, the next question out of their mouth is that commission negotiable? And how you respond to that is going to be dependent on your firm's policy. What would violate Sherman Antitrust Act is if you say, all of us in the triad charge X amount, or the standard commission rate is. Words matter. My firm charges questions? So we're going to get into some commission math. And before we do that, I want to review this slide. We've seen it once. So I want to make sure that we're really seeing it, because this is where we really start seeing the use of selling and listing. When we get into our sales contract, this is how we're identified, selling and listing. So make sure we see that ing. The ing is the verb. If you're selling it to your buyer. If you're listing it for the seller. Y'all ready to talk about some commission math? First off, before we start math, everybody remember, we are not going to stress out about the math. Okay? Now, I do think, maybe now, maybe later, I do think at some point you guys should know how to calculate your commission. There's a good chance that there's an admin calculating your commission, but don't you want to verify it to make sure it's right? As the admin that used to calculate commissions, stand back, brace yourself. Are y'all ready? Sometimes I made a mistake. What? It's human. It happens, you guys. So knowing how to calculate your commission will ensure that it's correct. Y'all, when we went under contract, I would calculate my agent's preliminary commission, and I would hand them a worksheet to sign off on so they could, agree that we're on the same page. You know how many of my agents will look at me and say, oh, Julie, I trust you. Okay. Thank you so much. That is so nice. But guys, we make mistakes, and the more sets of eyes you can see it have on it, the better. So I do recommend when you affiliate with your firm, maybe there's a franchise fee, maybe there's a transaction fee, whatever your commission split's going to be. But I do recommend, and you can get with your BIC, but I do recommend that you learn how to calculate your commission, because ain't nobody going to take care of your money like you. Can we agree with that? So just make sure. So to do commission math, I would like to introduce you to the commission map. Why don't you take a picture of this, or if you can write really fast, go ahead and jot it down, because we're going to reference this. So the commission map, we're going to start at the top and work our way down. All commission problems are worded differently, but they can be solved using the commission map. I'm going to even call this your formula, because this allows us to see how the commission is going to flow. So it starts at the top. Total commission is part of the sales price. Who can remind me what that word "of" means in a math problem?
Multiply.
Multiply. I got you guys going multiply. Yeah. So when you see, X amount of the sales price, that's telling me to multiply. So at the top, we start with, and again, they're all worded a little bit differently. We're going to start with the total commission collected, or the sales price, and how to calculate the total commission. Once we have the total commission, we're going to split it between the sides or the firms. So the selling side is going to collect some, the listing side is going to collect some. Maybe it's a 50-50 split, maybe it's not. The problem has to tell you, never assume. What we care about is that the selling side plus the listing side equals the total commission. So maybe it's a 50-50 split, maybe it's a 70-30 split, 80-20, I don't care. The problem will tell you, because there are no standards. So the problem has to tell you how it's going to happen. Once we've split it between the side, then we're going to pay the firm and the agent. Again, there's no standard, so the problem's going to have to tell you. Maybe it's a 50-50 split, 70-30, whatever. The problem will have to tell you. So the selling firm plus the selling agent is going to equal the selling side. The listing firm and the listing agent is going to equal the listing side. Every step, every tier that we come down on the commission map tells me I got to pick up my calculator. And when I'm working, so these are going to be multi-step problems. And when I'm working down the commission map, the steps that I'm going to take to get from here to here and here to here are to multiply. So we're going to use, if you want, the T-bar. And we're going to be solving for the number on top. Remember the part over the whole. The smaller number at the top that we'll be solving for, the bigger number on the bottom left. We go down to the next tier, down to the next tier. If you don't want to use a T-bar, you don't have to. But I do, honestly, I think the map is more helpful than the T-bar. Y'all believe I just said that? Because it allows us to see, and this is what I like about it. The question's not going to ask you what everybody's getting paid. The question may just ask you, for example, here's all this information that you need to know. How much is the listing agent going to get? So all I care about in that example is coming from here to here and here to here. And those are the steps that I'm going to take to get to the listing agent commission. Commission math problems like to give you guys distractors. Meaning they're going to give you more information. You're going to be able to solve for the listing firm, the selling agent, and the selling firm. But who do I care about and who only do I care about is the listing agent in that example. So the commission map allows me to see where I'm heading, where I need to go to get from here to here. So I suggest you guys have it written down or take a picture of it. But as you are doing commission problems, we're going to do a few together. And then as you're doing commission problems on your own, I suggest at least starting with the commission map. I'm not going to lie, I still use the commission map because today in my admin days, I'm paying my agents again. And I'm paying them on a scratch paper with the commission map and then filling out my little form. So it's a handy tool even to me today. Does everybody have this in front of you in some way? Picture, notes, something. Do we have questions so far on the commission map?
Could you repeat about the T-bar, about how come the commission?
Yeah, we're going to see an example in just a second. So we're going to use, I don't have an actual
Okay.
formula for you, but we're going to use like basic T-bar 101 that says, no, we can't see that. Hang on. That says, T-bar 101 says the part over the whole rate or percent always goes here. So when I'm talking about total commission versus sales price, which one's smaller? Total commission. When I'm talking about selling side versus selling agent, which one's smaller? Selling agent. So each time you come down, the question is which number's smaller, which number's bigger. And I think T-bar 101 is much more helpful than any T-bar formula I can give you, because I do think the commission map is the better formula. So we're going to work one together. And then of course I have one for you guys for practice. And then you're going to find practice in the Learn, Test, Pass. So let me, bear with me just 1 second. I need to stop sharing just for 1 second so you guys can wave at each other, make faces at each other, whatever you want to do. Let me come back and get you guys. So what I did is just gave myself some room. I just gave myself a whiteboard. You call it a Microsoft Word, I call it a whiteboard. So that we can kind of see what it is that I'm doing as we work with together. So sharing of our commission. What do we do first when we see a word problem or a math problem?
Read.
Just read.
Read.
Read, breathe, and read. So a property is listed for sale at $345,000. Purchase contract outlines a sales price of $340,000. Seller agreed to pay the listing brokerage at 3%, buyer's brokerage 3%. Listing broker splits their commission 50-50 with their brokerage. Selling broker splits their commission 70-30. How much compensation did each broker earn? So now that I've read the problem, the first thing I'm going to do is write out my formula on my scratch paper. And my formula is my total commission, is my commission map. So then I have the selling side, I have the listing side, and then each side is going to get split again. Let's call them the broker. And then the selling side has the firm and the broker. And then I need some little arrows on my map to let me know I'm going to go from here to here, here to here, here to the firm, here to the broker, here to the firm, here to the broker. So when I said that commission map is your formula, That's exactly what I meant. This is a twofer. So it's actually asking me two things. Once I draw it out, I would take a minute and figure out what it is that I'm solving for. So you know which way you're going on the commission map. So in this particular problem, it wants to know how much did each broker earn. So I want to know about what the listing broker is going to get. And I also want to know what the selling broker is going to get. I have it listed for 345. What's that mean to me?
Nothing.
Nothing. The list price means nothing because we get paid from the sales price.
Sales price.
So right out the gate, y'all, there's your distractor. These math problems love giving you distractions. So again, using the map to help you map it out. So I have a list price for 345, but I have a sales price for 340,000. The seller in this case is going to pay both sides 3%. And the buyer's brokerage is 3%. And we know that the percentage that we're paid is a percentage of the sales price. So I have an opportunity. Isn't that funny? I still don't have enough room. I have an opportunity to use my first T-bar. So I want to know what that 3% is. Smaller numbers on top. My sales price with my rate or percent always going in the bottom right. Up down line in the T-bar means multiply. So I take 340,000 times 3%. Yep. And I get commission for each side of 10,200. 3% in this case, 3% to the selling side, 3% of the listing side. First step, first tier. I didn't finish that out. So we did, yeah, we just multiplied 340 times 3% gave us, there it is, 10,200. Questions so far? All we did was just figured out the side. The selling side, the selling firm is going to collect 10,200 when this thing closes. The listing side is going to collect 10,200. Questions so far?
Can you just add the percentages together to get 6%?
Absolutely. But we still need to split that 6% so we can do our next. So yeah, however you saw that, 6%, then divide by 2 or 3%. As long as you get 10,200, I'm good.
Couldn't we just take the calculator and whatever the selling price times 0.015? That way you have 1.5% and you have the answer without doing, that type of math.
I don't know if that would work, Dan, or not. I'm not sure. Once you let us know. Did you get the right answer? I can't
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So Dan's found his own way to do it. Awesome. That's the fun. Guys, all you have to do on the test is show me A, B, C, or D. I don't care how you get there. So now that we have the sides, we're going to split the sides. So the listing broker splits with theirs 50-50, which means the firm's going to get 50% and they're going to give their broker 50%. The selling broker splits their commission 70-30, which means the selling broker splits commission 70 with their brokerage. So the firm, they don't have that clear. We're going to say the firm gets 30. It's going to be worded better. Yeah, we're going to word that better, obviously, for your test. But we're just going to say for sake of argument, that we're going to split it 70-30. Firm gets 70, 30 gets, broker gets 30%. So now we need to solve for the brokers. Now we need to solve for the firms. So we get to use another T-bar. We get to come down again, part over the whole. So let's start with the selling side. Now that I know the sides commission, I know that the broker is going to get 30%. And on the listing side, same thing. I know the sides commission. And they're going to get 50%. And again, we just multiply 10,200 times 30%. You guys are on it.
Broker is always the second number.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. How do you know what's broker and what's?
The problem will be more specific than this. This problem kind of
Okay.
failed us a little bit. So I'm making the executive decision here, but it's going to be more clear than this. And I'm making a note to fix it, but it'll definitely, for your test, trust me, for your test, for your practice, it'll very much be clear. You won't have to make the executive decision. But that was part of my reasoning, was the firm's first, broker second, but they'll tell you what the split is. So for our example, I got 10,200 times 30%, which has this broker getting 3,060, the selling broker getting 3,060. And then we have the listing broker getting 50%, and they will be collecting 5,100. And that's what we just did, was we used the map to work from the top and figure out the bottom. Also, again, on your test, they're only going to ask you about one because it's multiple choice. So they're going to ask you the selling or the listing. But this is good practice, good example of figuring out the commission map, or on your fancy calculator. Again, you guys, you may have other methods to do it. All I can tell you is practice. Practice and find what style works for you. You want to take 1.5% of 340,000, you get the right answer. Awesome. You want to play around with the commission map, you just want to guess C, just practice, just work with it.
Does each firm determine when you actually get your percentage?
So that's a good question. It might be that, you know, we have different tiers. So if you're a less productive agent, you may have a smaller split. If you're a top producer, you may have a bigger split. And it might be throughout the year that you know, kind of work your way up. It might be after you have X amount in sales, and you can work your way up to a higher. So, and they may have different options for you. So remember what we said, you guys, every single firm is different. And when you're shopping around, obviously, one of your questions is, what's your compensation split? And they may have different options for you. You know, this broker that's only getting 30%, they're also getting, more than likely, they're also getting signs and lock boxes and, you know, advertising and marketing and maybe some leads. They're getting a lot of stuff because they're only paying 30%. If you affiliate with a firm where you get 100%, that means all your signs are a la carte. Your combo boxes are a la carte. They can't provide that for you because you're getting all the money. So when we say they're all different, I mean, they are all different. Questions? And we saw how each time we came down, we had to do something on our calculator. We had to multiply, we had to do something. If the T-bar works for you, great. If not, the steps you take from the top, each step is to multiply. Each time you work down, the steps you take to get from top to bottom are to multiply. Everybody good? Can I erase my scribble over here? This did not work out as organized as what I envisioned it. That's the fun of scratch paper, right? All right. So now you guys, and I would like to hear from everybody, even if you guess, I would like to hear from everybody. Let's let you guys try one and tell me in the chat, 1, 2, 3, or 4.
This question's backwards too.
Is it celery? It is. I'll fix that one too. Sorry about that, you guys. Do you see things over and over and over again and then don't see it and then all of a sudden you see it?
So is it asking me how much will the firm get or the agent?
It's at wants
'Cause
to
I'm
know what
confused.
the broker.
It
what
says
the
agent,
broker-
but then none of
It's-
the ones
it's-
are.
It's the broker. And we're going to give the firm 30% and we're going to give the broker 70%.
Got it. Okay, okay. That's why he said it was backwards. Okay.
And I'm going to fix these and I will update our PowerPoints. About 30 more seconds, we'll talk about it. Everybody in? All right. Reading between the lines here. The licensee listed a property for $275. The buyer and the seller agreed to a sales price of $280. Seller agrees to pay 3% commission to the selling agent. How much will the selling agent receive with a 70-30 commission split? So if we're mapping it out, I got to start at the top. Do I start with the listing price or the sales price?
Sales.
Sales.
Sales price, always a sales price. That listing price is there to distract us. And this problem, do I care at all about the listing side?
No.
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 So all I'm going
no.
to focus on is the selling side. My visual, my map allows me to focus on who I want to solve for. So the seller agrees to pay a 3% commission to the, let me put that down here, to the selling side. And then the selling side is going to split that further between themselves and the broker. And again, really all I care about is the broker. And another executive decision, I'm gonna pay y'all 70% this time. How about that? So now we got 70% to the broker. We like that better, don't we, than 30? So the first step is to figure out the side, the 3% commission. And again, if you want to do the T-bar, if you just want to multiply, 280 times 3% gives us that the side is going to collect 8,400. So in other words, you guys, this is going to be the check that the firm receives. After closing, after it's recorded, after it's a done deal, and you go to the attorney's office and you get to pick up your check. The check you're going to pick up is going to be made out to the firm, and it's going to be for $8,400. You take that check to your firm deposits it, and then they pay you. That's what it means to be affiliated with the firm. The attorney pays the firm pays you. So you picked up a check for Julie's real estate shop for $8,400. You bring it to me, I process it. And of that 8,400, I'm giving you 70%. So 8,400 times 70% tells us you are going to get a check for $5,880, number 2. And
Now-
that's that third tier, that third step.
Are you going to get paid like within days of that check being deposited to the firm, or is it like monthly, you know?
No, most firms, I can't speak for all firms, but most firms will process it today. You know, if it's before 2, they can process it today. If it's after 2, they may have to wait till tomorrow. Also, most firms will do direct deposit. So you don't even have to go pick up a check. Now, if you find a smaller firm, they may check, but most firms are doing direct deposit. So you're going to get paid pretty quickly after it closes. Questions? And take a break. When we come back, we have another type of commission math that we're going to introduce you guys to. And then we know that we have plenty of practice in the online learning system. So let's take 10, and we come back, we'll introduce you to something called graduated sales commission. we're back. Camera's coming back on. I decided before we moved on to graduate commission, we're going to do one more with the commission map, a better worded one. How about that? So let me
Please.
bear with me, you guys. I am human as well. Do any of you ever make a mistake? No.
Every day.
So this is why I would like to do another one. Hopefully we can see a better example. So let me take attendance. And then you can tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Have a minute and then we'll talk about it. So first off, we're just going to read, help us better understand what the problem is asking for. So Elizabeth lists a property for sale. The firm has a written policy of charging 7% on all transactions. The listing firm has agreed they will cooperate with the firm that's bringing the buyer by offering them 3% of the total sales price. Elizabeth's commission split is 70%. Based on this information, how much commission is Elizabeth going to get when she sells the property for $285? So with these, what I do recommend first is just mapping it out. So taking just a few seconds, especially as we're still learning it, with the total commission, and then we're going to split total commission, the sales price, and then it's going to be split between the sides. So I got the selling side and the listing side. And then in this case, I mean, really only care about is Elizabeth, who's the listing agent. So we really wouldn't need to do anything with the selling side because all we care about is Elizabeth. So by mapping it out, if nothing else, by mapping it out, it allows us to see that I've got to work from the top. I got to go from here to here and here to here to meet up with Elizabeth. Let's see. I have a sales price 285 and it's a 7% total commission. Now this is where we need, especially with these, because they like to do this to you. This is where we need to make sure that we're carefully reading the problem. So if the listing firm has agreed they will cooperate with the firm that brings the buyer by offering them 3%, that means the selling side is getting 3%. The side working with the buyer is getting 3%. If the selling side is getting 3%, how much is the listing side getting?
4%.
4%. Does everybody see that? Because the 4% plus the 3%, the two sides equal the total commission of 7%. So mapping it out allows me to see that the side working with the buyer is getting 3%, which means the listing side will get 4%. Questions on that? Then the problem also tells me that Elizabeth's split is 70%. So that means of the 4%, Elizabeth's going to get 70. And of course, we don't care about the firm, but sometimes it helps to complete it. So I first need to find the listing side commission of that 4. And then we're going to split it again between Elizabeth and the firm. So I'm going to start multiplying. I take my 285,000 times 4%, which tells me the listing side is going to get 11,400. That 11,400 is going to be split again between the firm and Elizabeth. Elizabeth getting 70%. So you don't have to clear your calculator. 11,400 times 70% tells us that Elizabeth is going to get $7,980. Or B. Questions? Did that help? And that's what, guys, hear me. They're going to be all worded a little bit differently. So it's kind of seeing, I took the words in the problem and I put it in a visual. I took the words and the numbers and I put it in a visual by utilizing that commission map. And that's why I think it's a good tool to help, especially as we're learning. You may not want it, you may not like it, you may be able to shake it after you have done enough practice. But I do suggest starting with it, or however you get to be makes no difference to me. You're good, Dee. Thank you. And that's I'm getting lots of the 4% to 3%, and that's the wording of the problem. And I think making sure that we see that. Again, the sides don't always have to be 50-50. But the important thing is that the sides add up. So if I know my total commission is 7%, I'm giving you 3. How much do I get to keep for myself? I'm going to keep the 4. And that's what we did, was divvy that up. Questions? Can I erase everything? Everybody got it? Everybody good? Yeah, Shannon.
Quick question. So
Sure.
when commission is paid in this case, are they withholding those taxes and those other fees that should be taken out, or that's up to the person receiving the commission to, okay, gotcha.
That's what it means to be an independent contractor and be paid a 1099. If you are a W-2, this would be 7,980 minus taxes. But because you're 1099, you're going to get $7,980. But guess what? At the end of the year, Uncle Sam's going to be standing there saying, I want my cut. And that's the big difference in a 1099 versus a W-2. So again, you guys, if you've never done the independent contractor thing, even if you have coming into real estate, it is suggested, it is recommended that you talk to an accountant that, you know, specializes in real estate taxes or a CPA, because they can help you determine how much of your commission to set aside to be able to pay taxes. They can help you determine how much to put towards your marketing and advertising. And you got to pay yourself too. Remember, as the independent contractor, that 7,980 is going to the business you, but you still need to make sure that you're paying yourself for, you know, food, bills, utilities, that kind of thing. So I suggest talking to account, but I tell you, many agents their first year, this kind of catches them off guard if they're not prepared, because Uncle Sam doesn't really care that you didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? So talking to an accountant and making sure you're setting enough aside. Yes, ma'am, Dee.
So for example, I'm just worried about the test kind of. They will always tell us like Elizabeth commission split is 70% or the seller split is 30%. Would it always be shown to us so we won't be like, all right, who's getting 70, who's getting 30?
They will absolutely spell it out.
Okay.
Your end of class exam and your state exam, they've been vetted, which means, I don't know if you guys, but when we were first talking about your state exam, you have your test questions and then you have what's called the test questions. So what you guys are doing is vetting test questions for future test takers, and they don't count for you or against you. So by the time they're released to count, they've been vetted, they've been worked out, they've been on point. So I don't want you to worry about that. It was just a unfortunate incident that happened in a pre-licensing class, and we'll get through it. We will fix it. I promise you guys, I will fix my PowerPoint this weekend. So if you go back and look, you'll be able to see a much clearer understanding of who's getting what side. You're never going to have to assume. You're never going to have to guess. Everything you need to know will be in the test question. We okay? Everybody take a big deep breath with me. Is that better? Are we okay? Do I have questions? Do I have concerns? Okay. The other type of commission math that you may come across is something called graduated commission. Graduated commission is most commonly seen in commercial sales. So commercial sales may be paid a little bit differently than residential sales. Again, every firm is different. So commercial firms can pay their agents however they want, residential firms. But again, graduated commission is typically. Do you have a question? I think I have an accidental on mute.
Having an affair with Mrs. Pearson. Now reporters are flooding the restaurant. Damn it, more boiling the
So with graduated commission, again, it's often how we've seen commercial agents being paid. Now, with graduated commission, I don't have a formula. So what we're going to do is everybody's going to hold your breath, and I'm going to throw you into the deep end. We're just going to jump in and look at one, because the only way I know to do graduated commission is just to do it. So let's look at this together. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. So commercial property sells for 8.5 million. The seller agreed to pay 5% on the first 2 million, 3% on the next 2 mil, and 2% on the remainder. How much commission does the listing broker earn? Or the listing firm in this case, because we're just trying to determine, unbelievable, we're just trying to determine what the listing firm is going to get, because I don't have the agent commission split. We don't know the 70-30 split or whatever. So if we start with the purchase price, and commercial purchase prices are often a lot heftier than residential. And what we're going to do is we're going to take that 8.5 and we're going to account for the first 2 million. And the problem tells me that the first 2 million is going to be paid a 5% commission. And then we're going to account for the next 2 million. And the problem tells me that that will be on a 3% commission. And then it goes on to say 2% on the remainder, or 2% on any amount after that. So what we did was we took the purchase price, 8.5 million, and we subtracted the first 2 million. We subtracted the next 2 million, and that allowed us to see what was left. What do I have left? 4.5 million, and we're going to pay 2% on that. So it's kind of like a tiered thing. We're going to pay you X amount on the first chunk. We're going to pay you something else on the next, and then we're going to pay you, in this case, 2% on any amount after that. Questions on how I set it up? Questions on what we did? I paid you 5% on the first 2, 3% on the next 2, and then 2% on what was left. So then we just need to start multiplying. 2 million times 5% is 100,000. 2 million times 3% is 60,000. And then 4.5 million times 2% is 90,000. And to find out how much the firm collects, we just add. We add them up, we got the firm collecting 250,000. Had the problem given us the information that we need, I could take that and split that 250,000 between the firm and the broker. I don't have that information, so I can't do that.
Now that 250,000 could be split over you working with them for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, that's the thing about commercial transactions. You know, residential, I can get you under contract and close in like 45, 60 days. Commercial transactions can take, like Tyler said, years. So it's just a different process. So I know when I do this problem, many of you are like, shoot, I'm going to do commercial because those numbers look great, don't they? But remember, you're waiting a lot longer, which means you're working. I mean, it's not just like you go under contract and then 3 years later you close and you collect your check. There's lots to do in between. Commercial buildings, inspections and investigations are just usually a lot more involved than a single family residential home. I mean, think about some of those large apartment complexes or office complexes or things like that.
Or when
Yeah,
when EPA has to get involved.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And if it's any kind of industrial or chemical, I mean, you know, there's just a lot more involved with commercial. I think those of you that are thinking about commercial, it's great because I think we need more commercial agents. I fear our commercial agents are retiring. So I feel like we need some more. But you just got to be prepared for not to get paid for, you know, a couple years per transaction. That's right. And somebody remembers that we said And this is exactly why the commercial agent can file a lien. The commercial listing agent, commercial listing broker can file a lien against the commercial property to protect their commission. Wouldn't it be easier for the seller to forget 3 years from now to pay you? So this way you file that lien and it protects their commission, but it's only under commercial. Residential can't do that, unfortunately. Yeah, D.
Will we be tested on this, on the commercial?
If we're talking about it, it's a testable. Yep.
Okay, and my second question is, oh, that just threw me off. I'm sorry. It'll come back to me.
I feel you. Questions on graduated commission?
I have it.
Miss Julie,
Yes.
those you can find in residential transaction too, right? Like dissimilar, because or just in commercial, like the example.
Say that again.
I say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I say if that kind of that example that you give us now, you find just in commercial?
Yes, it's we mostly see it in commercial sales transactions.
Okay.
But remember, the firm can pay you however they want to. So it's no guarantee this is how you're paying commercial. This is just where we're most likely to see it. Dee, did it come back to you?
It did. So while I don't think I'm going into commercial, but if someone was to go into commercial, they still can have like other sales in between or buyers in between.
If your firm you're working with allows you to do residential, then you can do residential and commercial. It depends on how your firm's set up.
Got you.
You could also, once you drop that provisional status, a full broker can be duly affiliated. So you could affiliate with a commercial, you could affiliate with a residential firm. The key here is that you have to have both agencies' consent. So you just can't be duly affiliated without them knowing about it. You know what I'm saying? And you're probably going to have to sign something that says, I'm keeping all commercial transactions with you, and I'm keeping all residential transactions with you. But if the firm isn't familiar with commercial, then they probably won't allow that practice, because if they don't have the knowledge, how can they advise their brokers? You know, commercial, a lot of it is experience, just kind of going through it a couple times. And if you do go commercial, you're going to want to find somebody to take you under their wing and kind of, you know, go through it with you.
Here at Asheville, there's one guy that pretty much specializes in all commercial around Asheville. Like his signs are everywhere.
And he's probably known as the commercial agent. He's known as the commercial guy. That's a good guy to be, you know? All right. Enough of that. Again, don't forget, there is practice. The Unit 3 material of Learn Test Pass. As you guys are working through those practice questions, as you guys are working through those, you're going to find it. And of course, if you ever get stuck on a question, just take a picture and send it to me, and I can help you get unstuck. Also, I'll tell you guys with math, if you're stuck, if you can show me your work, show me your piece of paper, I can often help you get unstuck. So let me see the problem, and then let me see where you're at. I can usually help you get unstuck. So don't forget, I'm a resource. All right. On to the next little section. Identify important information that we need when listing a property for sale and explaining how to obtain it. We're not going to do this math tonight, even if we get to it, but there is We'll do it first thing next week if we get this far, which we probably will. But there is another piece of math in here. And this is helping the seller determine their net. Now, when I say seller net, it is how much the amount of the check that the seller is going to collect once they've sold their property, paid all their liens, closing costs, paid commission. Remember, the last person in line is the seller. And they're going to collect everything once everybody else has been paid. And that's referred to as their net. What do you guys think? Do you think this comes up often in a listing appointment? If you sell my house for X amount, how much am I gonna get? You may have sellers look at you and say, if I don't net or if I don't collect X amount, then I can't afford to sell. So it might be whether the difference of you taking the listing or not is helping them determine their net. So again, that's math that we'll see next week. I'm not going to do 2 maths to you in one night, especially this late. So first, we're going to talk about working with sellers. You have received a call or an email or a text. Somebody has reached out to you and said, hey, I want to sell my home. Can you help me? And we say, yeah, absolutely, sure can. So now we're going to start getting ready for our listing meeting. Understand going into this discussion, there's no wrong way to do the listing meeting. It might be that this person calls you and says, I want to hire you. When can we do paperwork? It might be that this person calls you and says, you know, I'm talking to several brokers. Can we talk to you? So it might be the first time you meet the seller, you're trying to get the listing and then start the process. Or it might be if it's a friend or a family or somebody you know that you're going to get the listing and you don't have to go through the listing appointment or the competitive listing appointment. So, you know, there's like so many different scenarios. So this is a very broad, very large overview of just of what to expect when we're getting ready for a listing meeting. Understand it could be a couple steps in the process before we're actually ready to list it. So we've gotten the call. What is, whether it's on the phone or as soon as I walk in the door, what is one of the first things that I need to do with this seller?
Working with real estate.
I need to do that working with real estate agent disclosure. So if I get first substantial contact on the phone, like I want to list my house because we're moving within 3 months, boom, first substantial contact on the phone. Or it might be that we hit first substantial contact. We know when we get to the home, we're going to hit it for the listing appointment. So let's go ahead and do our working with real estate agent disclosure early so we can get it out of the way. In preparing for the listing meeting, the seller is involved in this process. I'm not going it alone. And in preparing for the listing meeting, I'm going to have the seller gather some information, specifically once we know we're getting the listing. Again, there's a difference in me trying to getting the listing versus knowing I have the listing. But once I know I have the listing, I'm going to ask the seller to gather some documentation for me. I want to see their deed if they still have it. Now, I'm also going to go to the public records and I'm going to pull their deed, but I want to make sure the deed they have and the deed I have match. And if there's any conflict or if there's any difference, then we need to get this hashed out, because the people on the deed and their spouses need to be available. They need to be willing to sell the property. So making sure that it matches. If the seller still has their survey, we can ask this from when they bought. We can ask the seller for a copy of their survey. Not necessarily to share it with the buyer, but to help us identify property lines, help us to identify any easements, various things like that that would show up in that survey, that plat map that we looked at, for example. If the property's in an HOA, let's go ahead and ask the seller for copies of their covenants and their bylaws and their rules. What's the HOA information? How much are the HOA dues? Are there any special assessments right now? Specifically with the covenants and the HOA information, there's a place in our sales contract where the seller says they're going to provide the buyer with this information. So we know it's coming as soon as we get a buyer. Let's just go ahead and gather it now. Let's have the seller give us this information now. And then we also want to ask the seller for their mortgage statement or statements, any outstanding balances, any approximate balances. I don't need down to the penny, but I need an idea. Because if the seller starts, well, I have, 3 mortgages and I owe X amount, X amount, X amount. And then I have these other liens and, oh yeah, I have a judgment. Those figures start adding up. And at some point, those figures may exceed what you think you can sell it for. And if your seller owes more than what the property is worth, then the seller's underwater. And now the question is, can the seller afford to bring money to closing? If they can't, then we may need to encourage them to look into a short sale. We're going to talk about short sales when we get to financing. But I would rather know, I need to know up front if the seller's underwater. Because if they can't afford to sell, there's a good chance they can't afford to pay my commission. They can't afford to pay off the lien holders, which means, and if they can't afford to bring money to closing, they can't convey, which means they are in breach of the sales contract. So y'all want to have the hard conversation up front at the listing meeting? Or do you want to wait until the day before closing, call your seller and say, you owe X amount tomorrow, and have the seller say, I can't afford that. And everything you've done is all for nothing. I'm not going to lie. This is a difficult conversation. In many cases, these are strangers that you just met. And they're thinking, wow, this broker's getting all up in my business. And yes, I am. I'm doing it to protect myself, but I'm also doing it to protect the seller. Angel, did I see your, yeah.
Yeah, so like in a case like that, right? If the seller is underwater, and you think it's a good deal, right? Can you would it be okay to say I'll buy the house from you, or is that like against like ethical premise of a real estate agent?
I can buy a home that I'm listing. I need totally full disclosure, right? Like, I mean, totally full disclosure. Like, I think I can sell it for this, but I'm going to offer to buy it from you for this, kind of thing. Like, and we're going to document the heck out of that. The other thing you may want to do, Angel, is get with your BIC, because your BIC may want to assign somebody else to work with the seller while you are buying the home. So we can avoid that conflict of interest. You know what I'm saying? So that way they're not talking directly to you about their needs. So yeah, we buy properties, we sell properties all the time. But when I say like full disclosure, I mean, everything, So we're getting some information. We know we have the listing. We're gathering information, doing our research, starting to do our own diligence. And as we start preparing for the listing, we're going to do a walkthrough with the property, preferably with the seller, because we want the seller to, provide us some information about the property. So the best thing to do is walk through the home, walk outside, ask questions, point at stuff, have conversations. When you're going through a property preparing to list it, try to put your buyer's hat on. What's a buyer going to see when they walk in the door? Are they going to see, the clutter? I'll tell you guys something. If there's a dirty dish in the sink, it's amazing. The buyer walks in the kitchen and the first thing they see, that one dirty. So, going through with the eyes of a buyer, helping the seller prepare or even stage, offering suggestions on things that we see that they could do to just make it look better, make it look better for the seller. But we're going to go through and gather this information because we got to gather accurate listing information. Our MLSs have so many fields. Some are required, some are not. But the more that we can complete in the listing fields, the better we're doing of describing the property, helping the buyers paint pictures of what the property looks like. Now, I know many listings have pictures, but pictures don't show everything. There's still some details that we can get from the MLS that we can't see. And I'm going to tell y'all something too. There's some really talented photographers out there that can make the home look totally different than when you pull up in the driveway. Look at y'all shaking your heads. You know what I'm talking about. So having these words, having these descriptions, the listing information, we're going to ask the seller of any features or defects. You guys remember, North Carolina is a caveat emptor state. Who can remind me what that means?
Buyer beware.
Buyer beware.
Buyer beware. So the seller, homes in North Carolina are sold as is, which means the seller doesn't have to do any repairs. Caveat emptor says they don't have to disclose much. However, as brokers, we always have a duty to disclose material facts. So while the seller doesn't have to disclose, I do. Now, I'm telling the seller this up front before they start going through and pointing out all the problems, right? I'm going to let them know my duty to disclose versus theirs. But as we're going through the home, I can ask questions. And sometimes they want to point things out. Sometimes they hope I don't see it. But bottom line, once I see it, I must disclose it. Please understand, only the seller can hide behind caveat emptor. Only the seller doesn't have to disclose. You and I always have to disclose. And it's not all bad. Ask the seller too. What's your favorite room? What's the one thing about this house that made you decide to buy it? Because if it's the little breakfast nook, then I can promote that. I can hit that hard. You know what I'm saying? So what is it about your home that you love that the next buyer might love or the next owner might love as well? So we're going through and we're looking at things and we're looking at various features and possible defects. Remember, I'm looking for red flags. And if I see, a stain on the ceiling, or if I see, what might be go up for a red flag for me for a structural issue, that's that duty to discover and disclose. I got to look for the red flag, even if the seller doesn't volunteer it. I've got to look for those red flags to ask. That's that idea of discovering material facts. We're going to go through the home and talk to the seller about fixtures and personal property. Is there any personal property you would be willing to leave? You might be willing to leave. I'm telling you right now, every buyer that looks at it, most buyers that look at it are going to want to know if the refrigerator remains. So ask your seller, you taking the fridge? Also ask the seller if there's any fixtures that they're going to take. We walk into the dining room, and hanging from the dining room is grandma's antique chandelier. Seller's going to say, that's been in my family for years and years and years. I'm going to take it with me. Awesome. I'm not going to not let them take grandma's antique chandelier, but we need to have a conversation about how we're going to take it. In a perfect world, the seller would take it down, carefully box it up, and replace it with another fixture that looks comparable to that room. Don't leave me a light bulb on a string in the dining room, right? Like some other kind of fixture that looks nice. If the buyer never sees grandma's antique chandelier, then they won't know what they're not getting. The seller may say, no, I eat every meal in this dining room under grandma's antique chandelier, and I'm not going to stop now. I'll take it down when I move. Awesome. You as the listing agent now have a duty to make sure that every buyer that sees that property knows that when they buy, that chandelier won't be there. So we got to have these conversations again so we can make sure that my seller gets their fixtures and gets their personal property. Repairs and improvements, again, I'm asking questions. I'm going through the property looking at things. Wow, you know, this basement looks really nice. Did y'all finish this? I mean, if you walk in a room and smell paint, they've done something. Maybe they just painted the room, but they've done something. So looking for repairs, looking for those improvements. Asking about permitted things, that finished basement, you know, that room added on to the back of the house. This looks great, you guys. Did you do this? Did you pull permits? Remember, I can advertise permitted space or unpermitted space, but I have to disclose that it's unpermitted. I have to disclose that that basement was finished without permits. And then we're also, again, just looking for material facts, and y'all don't trick the seller. Make sure, another reason why, when I walk in the door of my listing appointment, one of the seller, they're so proud. It's their home and they want to give me the grand tour. Welcome in. You want to see the home? I cannot wait to see your home. But before I look around, how about we sit down at the kitchen table and talk for just a minute? And that allows me to get my working with real estate agent disclosure out. That also allows me the opportunity to tell them my duty to disclose material facts, discover and disclose. So let's look at just a little picture here. We're at a listing appointment, and this is our living room, maybe our great room, whatever you want to call it. If you were the listing agent, if you were sitting the seller, be reasonable, be kind. It's their home, y'all, so be kind. But what kind of recommendations might you make that this seller does to help us get it ready to list?
They put the books away, make it clean and tidy with no pictures.
Declutter.
Declutter it a little bit, put the books away.
That, whatever that is on the floor by the coffee table, move that.
The piano.
Yeah,
the piano.
Maybe paint.
Somebody
Maybe
wants
paint
to
the
paint.
walls.
You don't like peach walls.
There's
you
a
know?
lot.
Tyler says too much to list. We get the idea, right? I can't make anybody do anything. But if I'm standing in this room with the seller, guys, I sell space, not stuff. And so much stuff prohibits us from seeing the space. So anything we can do to showcase the space, anything we can do to lighten it up, to see it better, check it out. Same room. We uncluttered, we got rid of some of that furniture. It looks like we took that carpet up. We got rid of those peach walls. Same room, but doesn't the one on the right sit better with you? Doesn't the one on the right show better? Now, again, the seller may say, no, this is my stuff. Well, guys, I mean, come on. Doesn't the seller have to move at some point anyway? So why not start? I mean, we're not getting a roommate, right? So why not start packing things up, getting things tidied away so I can show the space, so I can show the size of the room versus the stuff. Yeah, Dee.
So question, of course, North Carolina have different regulations than Connecticut. In Connecticut, if like they showed us a house and everything that was in the house, they told us the house comes with everything in it and you have to remove it. Can they do that here or do they have to clean out the house here?
So our contract says if it's not an agreed upon personal property, the seller is responsible for removing.
Okay, so it's the same thing.
Yep. Now, anything's negotiable. So could I agree to buy your house with all the stuff like it is, as is? Sure, anything's negotiable. Staging, I know I get asked a lot about staging. There are people out there that do staging. They'll come in and tell you, you know, put this vase over here and do this and do that. You know, it might depend on the seller, it might depend on the price point, it might just depend. But I think bottom line, if we can get them to unclutter, get them to show the space, you know, open the windows, paint it a light of color, something so that we can, you know, see the property. All right, Dee, I saw you first and then Angel, I'll get you.
Oh, no, sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
That's an old hand. All right. Angel, new hand, old hand.
No, it's new hand.
Okay.
So like for inspections, like can we ask the seller, hey, it would be suggestible to get an inspection done prior to listing?
Yeah, and a pre-listing inspection is a thing. The home inspector may not go as deep as they would for the buyers, but they're going to go in and look at the major components, and then the seller can decide what they may want to repair or not to get ready. So absolutely, if there's concerns about what might show up on the inspection, encourage the seller to have a pre-inspection. And by the way, I got 2 or 3 home inspectors that I can connect you with that I recommend. And it might even be, you know, don't forget to walk outside too. Walk outside, walk to the road and turn around and look at the house. You guys have heard of curb appeal. Is there an eyesore in that curb appeal? You know, is there something we can do to the front yard, the landscaping? Do we need to mow the grass? Can we paint the front door a bright color to make it pop or something? You know, are there things we can do? Again, the better through the eyes of the buyer, the more your seller's going to get. Does that make sense? It's about the buyer perception. So if we can do just a few things, and keep in mind, the seller doesn't have to do anything. But as their agent, wouldn't it be in my best interest to make my suggestions and then allow them to decide what, if anything, they're going to do? That's all I'm doing, is making suggestions. So as we're going through the house, again, we're going to inquire about recent changes. We're going to be looking for various things that throw up those red flags just for me to ask questions. We're going to inquire about any permitted, permitted space or unpermitted space. We need to find out about the septic info. It's either going to be on public sewer or it's going to be an on-site septic system. If the seller doesn't know, tell them to go get you the copy of their last water bill, city bill. If they have a charge for sewer, they're on public. If they don't, they're on on-site septic. The health department of that county where the property is located will issue a septic permit. If they don't already have one, they might have one. The septic permit lists the desirable location for the on-site septic system. We want the house to be above the septic system. We don't want the septic system to be above the house because it flows down, you know? So we want to make sure the permit's going to tell us where the best location for the on-site septic system is. It's going to tell us any restrictions that the on-site septic system has. Some on-site septic systems, for example, won't support a garbage disposal. So if there's any restrictions or limitations that the capacity it can handle. The other thing that the permit's going to tell us, and this is big for your test and for the real world, the septic permit is going to tell us the number of bedrooms that the septic system will support. And the general rule of thumb is 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. So if the septic permit says 3 bedrooms, what that's telling you is it has the capacity for 6 people to live there. 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. Listing agents. You can only advertise the number of bedrooms as found on the septic permit if it's an on-site septic. If it's public, go nuts. But if it's an on-site septic, you can only advertise the number of bedrooms listed in the septic permit. I've shown many homes. 3 bedroom with an office, 3 bedroom with a bonus, And my buyers and I have been standing in this room going, why wouldn't this be a bedroom? This would be a perfectly good 4th bedroom. And the reason it's not is because the septic permit tells us it only will hold 3 bedrooms, 6 people. So listing agents, if it's on an on-site septic, we need to ask for the permit so we can verify that number of bedrooms. If they don't have it or they lost it, then we can contact the health department in the county where that property is located, and they will come out and issue or send a new septic permit. And guys, the reason it's the number of bedrooms and not bathrooms is because it's not just bathroom water. It's all water leaving the house, kitchen water, washing machine water, dishwater water, right? So all water leaving the house, the system is supporting that. And so we don't want to overload the system. That's when you get backup. That's when you get a flooded yard. It does not smell good. So making sure that we're advertising the number of bedrooms. Any questions on that?
I have a question. This came up recently. We're talking about bedrooms. Does a bedroom have to have a closet for it to be considered a bedroom?
No, the Real
Okay.
Estate Commission doesn't have a true definition of a bedroom.
Okay.
Ariana, think about, 100 years ago, houses didn't have bed or closets. We got wardrobes then, so it was, if you have an older home, so there is no true definition to a bedroom. The only thing they say is if it's on an on-site septic system, then we can only advertise the number of bedrooms. Questions on that? Now, again, you guys, you're hearing me. If it's public sewer, you want to call that 4th bedroom a 4th bed, that office a 4th bedroom, you can. Only for an on-site septic system, 2 human heartbeats per bedroom tells us the capacity, so we don't want to overload the system. Also, as we're going through with the seller, we're still getting information to gather. If I haven't already, I want to talk about my marketing plan. Yep, I'm going to put it in MLS. But what else am I going to do? How am I going to advertise it? How am I going to market it? Am I going to do an open house? Somebody else in my firm going to do an open house? Making sure that the seller knows how we're going to promote it, and let the seller help. Can't the seller connect with me on social media and help share their posts to their family and friends? So invite the seller to your social media. Tell them, I'm going to share this on my social media. If you connect with me, then you can share. It's about broadening that exposure. Obviously, we're going to have to discuss our brokerage fee, what your firm expects to collect, and what, if anything, the seller is willing to pay the firm that brings the buyer. What, if anything? So you're going to pay me X amount because that's what my firm charges. The second piece of that conversation is, what, if anything, are you willing to pay a buyer's agent that brings us that ready, willing, and able buyer? And then, as we mentioned, our short sale situation, again, with sellers underwater, which means they owe more than what I can sell their home for. And if they don't have the extra cash, if they don't have the money to bring to closing, then we need to start getting lenders involved, because their seller may be a good candidate for a short sale. We're going to talk about short sales, foreclosures, all that's coming in financing. So really what we're saying is that we are going through the home and gathering as much information as we can. We're discovering information about the property. So then when we advertise it, when we talk to buyers, we have the information to share. We have the information to disclose. Questions? So let's talk about next week. Next week, we're finishing Unit 3. We're gonna do unit 4. We're gonna do unit 5. You 4 and 5 are gonna go faster than 2 and 3, right? They can't all last this long. So we're gonna do finish 3. We're gonna do unit 4. We're gonna do unit 5. We'll probably get started on unit 6 next week. Unit 6 is our financing. We're gonna switch gears just a bit. When we get to unit 6, we're gonna take our broker hat off and we're gonna put our lender hat on. So we're gonna get a better understanding of the lending process. I'm not going to lender school. I'm not trying to become a mortgage broker, but getting a better understanding of that process so we can better assist both parties through the transaction. Also, once we finish unit 5, we're going to look at your first of 3 practice tests. Remember, I got 3 practice tests. Your attempt is required. You can do all 3 right now. You can wait until before the test day. I don't care. But the first one will be available, and you can actually go into Learn, Test, Pass and see it. And it's right after the Unit 5 material. So if you're wanting to do them as they come up, your first practice test will be after we finish Unit 5. So we'll look at where that is and make sure everybody's good. I'm going to start now. We know we have to attempt those 3 practice exams as part of your certificate of completion. If you don't attempt them, did I say pass them? Nope. If you don't attempt them, then you will not be eligible for that certificate of completion. So our first one of 3 will come up next week. Yeah, Dee.
Is that the one that says it's 2 hours, the practice test? That's 2 hours?
I don't know the time off the top of my head, but yeah, it's underneath the Unit 5 material and Learn, Test, Pass. So it's after Unit 5.
That's something else then. Okay.
And if you really want to do it this weekend, like I said, you could do all 3 tonight. All I need to know is you attempt them, but I think we should like treat these seriously, like real tests, because that's going to help prepare you, building you up for that final exam.
And our final exam is somewhat of a mimic of the real exam, correct? Of the state exam? Is that layout about the same? Okay.
Yeah, the national section, state section. Yeah, our exam, you just get 1 score, but it's going to be broken up into the sections, and you'll be able to see how that works. Do you get multiple tries for the practice test? I think so. I think you can get in and take those again and again and again. I got head bobs. So all I need to see is that you try it once. Dee, is that a new hand? No? Okay. Just don't want to miss you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
So what's the difference between part 1 exam and part 1 pre-practice exam?
Well, let's see. So we have our part 1 exam is just the title. So then you got your part 1 pre-practice exam right here. So the link is all, yeah, and this takes you into the test. So it's just kind of how it's stacked. So here we are. So the first part exam, 1 through 5. Again, the recommendation is you wait till we get through 5, but as long as it's done before test day. All 3 need to be attempted before test day.
Miss Judy?
Yes.
Yes, when I log in to Learn, Test, Pass, you see how it's you see how on the left, like you give us a layout. Mine's don't come up on the left like that. I have to go into search to take a quiz or something.
Can you open and close it on the side here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can't even, it's not even on the, I can't even get that.
So Sean, I need you to reach out to Jane, because she's our troubleshoot in IT. So send Jane an email and she'll help you connect, because we want you to see the different pieces within the.
Yeah, I need to see that.
So reach out to Jane tomorrow.
Okay.
She'll help you troubleshoot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We good? Y'all have a good weekend. Remember, let me know if I can help. Send me questions. Send me practice questions. Send me questions. We'll see you
Thank
guys
you so
next
much.
week.
Have a good
Bye.
Thank
weekend.
you.
And good night.